dwie? Jeden jest PhD Gdańsk, a drugi Gdańsk. Ale wersje krzywe tylko nie. Okazja go nie wchodzą. Nagrywanie. To zrób taki odjazd i możesz zostawić. Zrób jak najbardziej szeroko wtedy. Prezentację kto przerzuca?
Please be seated. like to ask everyone to award each of our honorable guests with short but nevertheless vigorous round of applause. I'm honored to welcome His Magnificence Director, Professor Krzysztof Wilde, our esteemed Vice Rectors, Professor Barbara Wikieł, Professor Sławomir Milewski, Professor Dariusz Mikielewicz, Profesor Mariusz Kaczmarek, Professor Janusz Nieznański. Please welcome former rector of Gdańsk University of Technology, Professor Janusz Rachoń, Director of Doctoral School of Humanities and Social Sciences at Gdańsk University of Technology, Professor Barbara Pawłowska, Director of Industrial Doctoral School at Gdańsk University of Technology, Professor Ewa Klugman-Radziemska, Director of Doctoral School at Gdańsk University of Technology, Professor Michał Mrozowski, Dean of Faculty of Civil and Environmental Engineering, Professor Joanna Żukowska, Dean of Faculty of Electrical and Control Engineering, Professor Mirosław Wołoszyn, Vice Dean for Scientific Research and Implementation at Faculty of Electronics, Telecommunication and Informatics, Professor Piotr Płotka, Vice Dean for Research at Faculty of Mechanical Engineering and Ship Technology, Professor Michał Wasilczuk. And on behalf of Dean of Faculty of Applied Physics and Mathematics, Professor Maria Gazda. Please give warm welcome to Chancellor Mr. Mariusz Miller and our keynote speaker, Professor Ewa Lechman. Please welcome Mr. Michał Klimczyk, Chairman of Polish National Association of Doctoral Candidates, Mr. Kamil Kucharski, Chairman of Association of Technical Universities Doctoral Candidates, Mr. Sebastian Barczak, Chairman of Forum of Doctoral Candidates of Polish Universities, Chairwoman and Chairman of Discipline Councils, Coordinators of Discipline Groups, Promoters, Heads of all organizational units of Gdańsk Tech, Employees of Students' Affairs Office, Employees of Doctoral School at Gdańsk Tech, and all PhD candidates here at Gdańsk University of Technology. Wow. And now, without further ado, I would like to ask Professor Sławomir Milewski, Rector.
I would like to welcome one more person. This is the Senator and also PhD representative at Gdańsk Tech, Ignacy Rogoń.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to ask Professor Sławomir Milewski, Vice Rector for Scientific Research, to conduct a ceremonial matriculation.
Ladies and gentlemen, now proceeding with the matriculation of representatives of the newly admitted doctoral students of Gdańsk University of Technology. These are the candidates who achieved the highest results in the recruitment process. The indicated doctoral students are asked to approach to the podium. Chen Xiu, Anna Sendobra, Alan Żeromski, please approach. Franciszek Górski, Jakub Buller, Igor Niemczyk, Milena Sobotka, Karol Staszczyk, Morteza Akbari, Szymon Królak, Maja Kaszuba. Okay. I would like to ask all of you to stand up. And doctoral students are asked to repeat after me the words of the oath. Upon joining the community of doctoral students of Gdańsk University of Technology, I take a solemn oath to persevere in acquiring knowledge and skills and train my mind and character with a view to creative and responsible professional work. Comply with the study rules, the doctoral school rules, and the academic tradition. Act with dignity and honesty, and bear in mind the good name of Gdańsk University of Technology. I would like to ask the rector, Professor Krzysztof Wilde, to perform the act of matriculation. Please turn back.
Please be seated. Now, I would like to ask Professor Sławomir Milewski for a speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, and first of all, dear doctoral students. Every man, each of us, during his or her life, sometimes has to take important, even crucial decisions, and at particular moments has to make the most appropriate choices. Turning to our new doctoral students, please accept my sincere congratulations on your perfect choice. You have chosen Gdańsk Tech as a place for your studies at the doctoral school of our university. The school is pretty young, only 4 years old, and just an explanation to our colleagues from abroad, all the doctoral schools in Poland are of the same age, and this is because of the change in the rules, in the law, which was made 5 years ago. But for that short period, it has already demonstrated its exceptional value. Comparing to other doctoral schools at Polish universities, doctoral school at Gdańsk Tech is considered one of the very best for many reasons. One of them is its truly international dimension. A high percentage of international doctoral students in Gdańsk Tech is a value that we particularly appreciate. It's my great pleasure to welcome all the new students, especially the foreign colleagues. I would like to assure you that academic authorities of Gdańsk Tech have been making and will be making every effort to secure the optimal conditions for your studies in all aspects. This is possible also due to our participation in a special program, Excellence Initiative Research University. Our successful performance in this program is to a large extent also due to the achievements of our doctoral students. I am absolutely sure that the newly admitted students will provide a remarkable input to this project. Let me wish you all the best in your doctoral studies at Gdańsk Tech. Significant achievements in your research, hopefully making true scientific discoveries. A scientific career can be, or even should be, like a fascinating journey through virgin territories, during which one discovers the unknown. I sincerely wish you that your studies at Gdańsk Tech Doctoral School will be the true beginning of such a journey. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Milewski, for this moving speech. In the moment, we will hear a lecture entitled From Zero to Hero, Shaping Early-Stage Academic Career Path by our keynote speaker, Professor Ewa Lechman. But first, please rise for anthem of Gdańsk University of Technology.
think that everybody can relax now. I far prefer to be here down with you, down on the stage. I believe it is also fine for you. From zero to hero, I hope you don't feel offended with the zero. It absolutely has nothing to do with the state of mind, okay? It has only, I just wanted to tell you that the point you are in here now today, at the beginning of your academic career, starting and entering the PhD, the school at this university, means you are just setting off, okay? And I believe that at the end, you will be just heroes. When I'm casting my mind back, okay, and I see you all here, sitting in here, setting off, I see myself, because precisely 22 years ago, I was exactly at this 0 point. And within this 22 years of my academic career, all at this university, I have passed all stages of my academic promotions. So what I'm going to tell you today is not going to be what I have read from the books or any kind of academic journals. It's all from my experience, okay? So this is what I want to share with you as being here, completing the PhD, then habilitation, then full professorship, and I'm here still now. My experience can be quite biased, but it works. So I will be just sharing it with you, okay? You know, my daughter often uses a kind of word like life hack. For months, I had no idea what it means. But once I have found out, I decided to revise this phrase. And from the life hack, I've made a PhD hacks. And when I was preparing this lecture, I decided to categorize those hacks, those PhD hacks, into 3 main categories. I want to tell you what is it all about in developing your career in academia. I want to tell you how you should develop your excellent academic portfolio. During the path, you will be meeting real friends, good friends, but also those false friends. And finally, I want to tell you why this road might be quite bumpy and how to deal with this bumpy road. Before we move to the serious things, let's look at these pictures. What is it all about? You can be like Richard, like Maria, or like Albert. And it has absolutely nothing to do with being handsome, with being a beautiful one, or having this fantastic hairdo, okay? It's all about being an excellent scholar. And I do hope that you all will be like them, okay? You can choose. They're all physicians, in fact, because I'm quite biased, because, you know, I'm a kid of 2 physicians, so, you know, my mind is rather biased in this respect. Anyway, let's move to the essentials, okay? What is it all about in completing your PhD? Not necessarily at this university, but in general, okay? First, you need to decide. You need to decide who exactly you want to be. What are you actually heading toward? What are your priorities? Do you want to be an excellent scholar? If yes, I believe that yes. So try to follow several rules. First, you need to decide about the topic of your research, about the topic that will fascinate you, that you will be really interested in. You know, why? Because it brings engagement. And don't be afraid of choosing strange topics, topics that probably might seem odd to different people. It's not that important. If you really believe that your topic of research is important, and if you really believe that this is my topic, you will be good at it. I'm the perfect example, again, of this. You know, 21 years ago, I decided to complete my PhD on digital technologies. You know, 20 years ago, at least at my faculty, everybody was asking, what is this, okay? Why are you completing a PhD on digital technologies? And today, look, everybody is writing about digital technologies. So if you know, and if you are convinced that you want to do research on that, just follow this path. And once you know your priorities, and once you know the topic that you really love, then the magical loop starts to work. Why? Because you feel engaged in it. You want to explore the topic, okay? Then the hard work comes. And after hard work, what comes? The outcomes, okay? The results. The papers, working papers, journal articles, maybe books as a PhD, thesis, grants, scholarships, and so on. And after all, you see what? You have your PhD on board, okay? So from the idea, from the engagement, from really hard work, you will have your PhD on board. Let's come to the last essentials, okay? Remember that you always should read far more than you write, okay? Study, you know, study the topic, study the research. Because then once asked at the seminar, at the conference, you will be able to answer the question, and everybody will see, wow, he's a professional, he knows the topic. And that makes a great impression, okay? Then try to open your mind. Don't be narrow-minded. Embrace different perspectives in your research. It doesn't actually matter that you are doing a research on, I don't know, quantum physics. You can always combine and see the thing from different perspective, okay? That enriches your work, not only your mind, but it will enrich your research. Lastly, about the essentials, mind the facts. Do not care, mind the facts and the numbers, I would say. You know, I really love numbers. Why? Because they are objective. Don't really mind about the especially non-professional opinion of others. They might be interesting, but not necessarily true. So always mind what you have in mind and mind the facts and numbers. Okay, let's move to the next stage, to the next category of the PhD hacks, to the real friends. I was trying to identify in my head the most important ones that I want to share with you today. First, what should come from your prioritizing your ideas in your head? This is hot and sexy topic. Why? Because this hot and sexy topic would allow you to gain a competitive advantage, okay? You will be above all. This is the topic that I like, this is the topic that I am engaged in, that I do research on. That's why it's hot and sexy, okay? And it brings me up, okay? Then try to find, that might be the hard one, but this is valid for all the time. Try to find your scientific mentors. Follow the best academics, follow the best scholars that you can ever find. You know, learn anything about their career. Follow what they do research on, to what conferences they go to, what and where they publish. You know, don't follow the bottom ones. It doesn't make much sense. It's a road to absolutely nowhere. Follow only the top ones. That always pays off. I think that the best friend is the last one. This is the encouraging stubbornness. It has much to do with what I was telling you previously. Be engaged. And once you are convinced that you want to do research on this, do it. Why? Because my topic is new, because my topic is hot and sexy, and I love it. So follow this path till you will be completing your PhD. Then false friends. Unfortunately, along the path, you'll be also meeting lots of false friends, friends that probably you will be tempted to use to accelerate, your academic career. But now, from my 22 years perspective, I can tell you it doesn't make sense. It doesn't pay off. Never. Okay? Probably you will be tempted and offered some traps. Okay? I have tried to list here what comes to my mind among the most important and the worst traps that probably you might be tempted to use. First, this is the fast publication track. Having a good publication in a very good journal, in highly ranked journal, it takes sometimes even years. You know, my maximum in getting published in a journal, it was 3 years. You know, I have submitted, got the reviews, then I have spent something like 7 months in revising the paper, doing all the calculations from the scratch and so on, then submitted, revised, review again, and so on. It takes a lot of time. Probably your email box will be, you know, full of, you know, fantastic offers, like send us your paper, you will get published within a week or 2 weeks. It doesn't work like that, okay? It's absolutely not, it's rubbish. It's not a good, it's not a good journal. Another offers that you probably might be receiving on your email box will be offers from the companies that we call like paper mills. These are the companies that are offering you for $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 US a publication. They tell us a topic on Scopus, Web of Science, you want to have the publication, and you have it done, okay? You just pay the invoice, you have it done, okay? That involves also engagement in suspicious citation networks. It might be very tricky. It might be attractive at the beginning, but believe me, once somebody from the outside will try to trace you and will try to trace this network, it's easy, okay? It's quite visible how this network is being developed. Okay, so don't feel tempted by this. Another thing, I hope you don't, nobody will ever, of you will ever do it, is data fabrication, data falsification, okay? Or even false or fake authorship. I'm pretty aware that now you are quite far away from these issues. But believe me, along the path, you probably might meet such temptations, such offers of accelerating your academic career. At the end of this point, what I want to say that you should always balance in your head, you know, the short-run gains, like fast publication, versus long-run losses. Because it's pretty obvious that at the end of the day, there will be one great loss and no gain. Okay, and the last point regarding these false friends, this is what I have called publication AliExpress. Again, you will be tempted to publish in thousands, hundreds of thousands journals, which we call in academia predatory journals. You know, at the beginning of your road, it might be slightly tricky. You might not feel secure. You might not feel whether the journal is predatory or not predatory. How should I distinguish? You might be lost, and it's quite obvious. Okay, that's why you should only follow the best scholars. They will tell you whether the journal is good or not. Okay, the scholars from the top will not. Okay, I have summarized here the most important features, common features of a predatory journal. Okay, first, you pay, you get published. It doesn't mean that good journals, they don't take fees for open access, they do. But the problem is with the predators that the publication is subjected. You just pay, and this is the only condition to get published, okay? No review, no revision, and so on. Those journals have low rejection rate. They are totally not selective. I mean, they take everything. You know, they claim at their pages that they are interdisciplinary, but it's fake. In fact, they publish anything from biology, you know, medicine, through physics, chemistry, then to social sciences and to, you know, history of Africa. It's it's not interdisciplinarity, okay? It's absolutely not. They have usually false editorial boards with recognized scholars. But the problem is that pretty often those scholars have no idea they are in these editorial boards. Yes, they are just simply assigned but they have no, I have find out once that I'm in the editorial board of a journal. Nobody has ever asked me about this, okay? It's all false. Then they usually have false bibliometrics. They announce on the pages that they have impact factor from Web of Science, they have SNP, site score from Scopus, but it's all fake. It does not exist in fact, okay? It's a lie. But somebody that is not familiar with this, he might say, wow, impact factor 8, great journal, yes? But it's not. Then those journals, another feature, aside from the very aggressive promotion, okay, they publish hundreds, thousands of papers a year. You know, a good journal, at least from my discipline, the top ones, they publish something like 80, 100, 150 maximum papers per year, okay? They are extremely highly selective. The rejection rate is at 90%, 95% even. But those journals are not selective. They take absolutely everything. And you can find lots of special issues, you know, like hundreds of special issues published a year, and within each, you have like 1,000 papers. Think, do you really want to have a paper in such a journal? I don't think so, okay? This is one of the offers, yes, I have received to my email box, okay? Submit to articles in single article price, okay? 50% gratis, free, okay? And your email box will be full of such offers. Just delete it, okay? It doesn't really make sense. Okay, the road is bumpy. Me, again, from my perspective, I can tell you that it's worth the pain. But how to make it slightly less bumpy, okay? How to go on smoothly. First, listen to experienced scholars. If you don't know, okay? If you don't know if a journal is good, if this research should be done or not should be done, if I'm not sure whether the method applied will be adequate, appropriate, just ask, okay? Don't be afraid to ask. Asking is good. After also listening, okay? After also listening. The second point might be quite difficult for you, paying critiques. You know, usually people, when they are presenting something at the seminars, at conferences, people that sit on the other side, as you are sitting now in front of me, they will be criticizing you. They will be saying, this is wrong, this is not that, it's not that theory, not that method, the calculation is wrong. Okay, it's never personal. It's nothing personal, but listen to these critics. Maybe he's right. Maybe I'm wrong, okay? Try to use this constructive critique, which might be hard today. I'm aware of that, okay? But it will enrich your work always. And the last point, try to not be afraid of harsh and hard reviews that you will be getting from journals, okay? Again, from my perspective. The first review I have got from this highly ranked journal, it was many years ago. I have seen it, I have read it, and I have closed my computer. I felt totally devastated. It was like 5-page review, yes? And the reviewer actually wanted me to change everything. The perspective, the data, the method, you know, the equations, everything. But then I opened the computer again after several days, and step by step, I started to make the revision. And I got the paper published, okay? So don't ever feel discouraged, okay? Even it might seem devastating and hard at the beginning. It is hard sometimes, okay? But it is always worth the pain. Why is it so important, okay? It's not only important from the perspective of completing, I do hope, your PhD within the 4, 5, or maybe 6 years' time. But it's also important that following those PhD hacks, you will be able to develop, to create a fantastic portfolio, okay? A fantastic academic track record, complied with good publications, with good scholarships and so on, grants, project engagement, and so on. It is always worth, you know, the quality always stays. Also, once you will be aware of those hacks or those tips I'm telling you today, you will minimize the probability of being rejected at any stage, of getting rejection from a journal, of getting negative review once you are applying for a tenure, for academic position. It's pretty hard to get a negative review once you have excellent academic portfolio. It happens, of course, but you can minimize the chance of getting rejected. Okay? And lastly, being aware of all this, it will allow you to discriminate between what is the real high quality journals and academic publishers versus what you will be meeting within next month, our temporary, absolutely temporary ministry points. You know, each journal has assigned some credits by the ministry. The quality and the number of those credits, they do not always positively correlate, okay? But if you will follow good scholars, you will know if the number of points assigned is, let's say, correct, and it correlates positively with the quality or not, okay? The ministerial list will change, the quality will stay. And finally, you know what that is? This is my parrot. She looks cute, but she's absolutely not. She's a little monster. You know why? Because she always gets what she wants. I say no, she says yes. You know, I throw her away, and she always is coming back. You know, I'm closing the door of my room because I want to stay alone, but she's knocking the door. And she is knocking until I open, okay? She never gives up. And that's why I want to be like my parrot. Never give up along your word. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for this ravishing lecture, and good luck with your parrot. Now, after a short recess, I would like to ask PhD candidates to remain seated and wait for another lecture conducted by Professor Robert Jankowski. And in the meantime, I would like to ask our honorable guests, all our professors, to join me as we stroll down to main building, where the poster session is taking place right now.
Okay, can I start? Okay, just 1 second. We will start in a moment. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Robert Jankowski, and I am the Deputy Director for Education, Quality and PQF, which stands for the Polish Qualification Framework. I will talk about that in a moment, of the doctoral school at Gdańsk University of Technology, and I will talk for about 1 hour or so about some technical aspects. This lecture or presentation is fully devoted to the PhD students, the newcomers actually. Okay. I will show some slides with the milestones of your PhD training at our doctoral school. This presentation, however, is intended to briefly illustrate to you the milestones. Keep in mind that this does not cover all the issues which you will encounter on your path while staying at our university. Let me start with underlining different disciplines, because you PhD students, you came from different disciplines, so you will study in different disciplines. At this moment, we have 14 disciplines, and 2 of them, which is civil engineering, geodesy, and transport, as well as the mechanical engineering, is run also by 2 institutes. We cooperate with 2 institutes, so all the disciplines are run by the university together with 2 institutes. This is a quick path for all the 4 years you will find during staying at Gdańsk Tech. So the first step, the formal one, within the first 3 months, they will be the appointment of the supervisor. Actually, later on, I will say a few words about the second supervisor and actually supervisor, which is also possible to be nominated. After 12 months, that is really important step for you. You will have to prepare the individual research plan. And this is really essential because later on, after 2 years, so after 24 months, you will have to attend the midterm evaluation. And this evaluation will be conducted based on the implementation of your individual research plan. So just my request at the beginning, remember during those 12 months actually at the beginning, please focus also on this document which is called individual research plan. And then during the 4th year actually you will be asked to attend the doctoral exam, and later on you will submit the doctoral dissertation. Predicting maybe one of the questions whether it will be possible to have the defense earlier than 4 months, yes, than 4 years, yes, it will be possible. Actually, according to the regulations, you can already submit the thesis after 2 years, I mean after passing the midterm evaluation. However, it will be extremely difficult. So in most of the cases, most of you, according to the statistics, will stay here with us about 4 years, and maybe in some cases it will be even longer. Okay, what are the milestones for your PhD journey? The first year, registration, most of you have already done it probably. Then passing obligatory health and safety e-courses. Appointment of supervisor, that is actually the person who you already know him or her, of course, because he or she declared that he or she will be your supervisor, but they will be the formal appointment of your supervisor within the first 3 months. Then starting from the beginning, please be enrolled in the doctoral training program. So please participate in courses, seminars, and also later on I will talk a little bit about passive teaching practice because you are supposed also to teach. You are supposed also to teach the Bachelor of Science and Master of Science students. So what are the milestones? Preparation and acceptance of individual research proposal. That is till the end of 2nd semester. And they will be the evaluation. The first one will be after the 1st semester, and the second one will be after the 2nd semester, so after the 1st year. 2nd year, of course, please keep attending the courses, seminars, etc. What are the milestones? Midterm evaluation, that is actually a very important milestone for you. I would even say the most important one during the 4 years. They will be also the reporting session at the end of the 4 semester, so some documents will have to be filled. The 3rd year, actually the midterm evaluation will have some consequences, the positive ones, because your scholarship, for example, will increase after passing the midterm evaluation. Of course, some other courses you will have to attend, and also seminars and practice. They will be the reporting session also after the 6th semester. And finally, the 4th year, so please keep attending the courses. What will be the milestone? Doctoral exam. That will have to be passed till the end of the 4th year. You will obtain documents confirming that you gained the so-called learning outcomes. Learning outcomes. I have already mentioned this Polish qualification framework. This is a kind of a system which we have in Poland. And the 8th level, level number 8, is devoted to the PhD students. So after 4 years, if you receive this document, it means that you gained those learning outcomes. And this document will be needed for you to submit together with your thesis. We will have also the reporting session after the 8th semester. What are the milestones? Of course, graduation. However, let me just say for the first time today that the doctoral school, within the doctoral school, you will have all the classes, you will have to fulfill all the programs. However, the doctoral school do not grant the PhD degree. That will be done later on, about 3 or 4 months later on, few months after graduation from the doctoral school, because you are supposed to submit the thesis. It can be a set of papers, it can be a monograph. Then you will have to wait for the reviews, and that will not be the doctoral school who will grant you the degree. That will be the discipline board or the field board, also the institute with which we cooperate together, as I mentioned at the beginning. Okay, doctoral training program. This program must conform to the state regulations, and already mentioned the Polish qualification framework is like the most important aspect here. It is approved by the University Senate. The framework program actually is improved. All courses are delivered in English, also for Polish PhD students. Okay. Courses are defined by each discipline and then approved by the school council. We have also at this university the doctoral school council, and this council also approves different programs for different disciplines. It can be modified. The program can be up to some extent modified. Such modification is not so easy, but can be done. It needs some approval of coordinator, of course the supervisors. Some courses can be delivered remotely as online classes. We have the e-learning platform at our university, which is called e-nauczanie in Polish language, actually. Okay, just general information about the training program. It is divided into different modules. Module 1 and 2, these are the didactic courses, so you are supposed to attend them. Teaching module 1A, compulsory classes. These are the classes that provide basic knowledge. Then teaching module 1B, optional classes. These are the classes that provide specific knowledge corresponding to your research area and developing also doctoral students' skills, etc. Teaching module 2, compulsory and optional classes. These are the classes developing didactic skills, preparing for academic teacher profession, etc. Module 3, education module, developing professional skills related to the presentation of research and presence in the international scientific cycles. I will say a little bit more in a moment about that. So publications, which was already mentioned today, and also attending the international conferences. Then we have module number 4, that is the report on the implementation of the individual research proposal, which is related to the midterm evaluation, as you remember, after the second year of your studies. Module 5, these are the compulsory teaching practice classes. So as I mentioned, you are supposed also to be a teacher, but actually it depends on the discipline, okay? So it doesn't mean that each of you will have the chance to teach. So it depends on the discipline, and for some cases, you will not be asked to do it, but in other cases, you will be asked also to be a teacher, to teach our students. In the case of the first and second year PhD students, that is so-called the passive training, maximum 30 hours. So you come to the class together with the employee of the university, and you teach together. You support him or her. Then the third and fourth year PhD students are supposed to teach individually, so that is a larger responsibility for you. Okay, and that is really important. The teaching load at the given discipline is not determined by the doctoral school, okay? It is determined by the faculty. Actually, the dean of the faculty decides about that. So later on, please check also your discipline At the web page of the doctoral school, you will find all the information for each discipline. Module 6, complementary classes. These are for the students who finish the Master of Science in other discipline than the one which you study at the doctoral school. Let's say if you finish, for example, your Master of Science in Environmental Engineering, and now you are enrolled in the Civil Engineering, Geodesy, and Transport, so that might be your case. So actually, I will skip it at this moment because that will be related to only few of you probably. Module 7, preparing for the doctoral examination in your discipline. That will be at the end of your studies. Individual research proposal, few words. That is really important document which is to be submitted within the 12 months. Of course, you have to define the research, describe the goal. You have to describe the research plan, timetable covering the entire period of training at the doctoral school, but it is really important to indicate measurable achievements, okay? Papers, or maybe attending the conferences, or something else. Indicative date of submitting the doctoral dissertation. I already mentioned that it is actually possible to graduate from the doctoral school after the midterm evaluation, which is quite a rare situation. And you might see at this moment, okay, I will put my graduation in 2 years. No, I would rather advise you to put the date which is 4 years from today. So that will be the last day of September 2027, okay? If you graduate earlier, perfect. But if not, then that will be a little bit more complicated. So my suggestion for today is put the last date, the last day of September 2027. So 4 years from today. Okay. Then also, you will have to correlate this plan with the requirements of the Polish qualification framework. The proposal is to be prepared in English also in case of the Polish PhD students. It must be approved by the supervisor, so of course, please contact the supervisor, and it can be done actually starting from the beginning of your staying at this university, or I don't know, after a few months. Okay, so think about your individual research proposal a little bit earlier than just September next year, okay? Think about it really earlier. And I mentioned already it has to be done within the 12 months from the beginning. Then a few words about the midterm evaluation. It will be in 2 years, but just general information about that. So according to the regulation, the implementation of the individual research proposal shall be subjected to the midterm evaluation. That's why this document, the first one, is so important. The exact time will be announced later on. It depends on the situation, and it is actually the school director who decides about it, but it is about after 2 years from the beginning. And it will be carried out with the support of the discipline council, field council, or scientific council of the institutes. All 3 different boards can be referred as the competent bodies authorized to confer the doctor's degree and grant you this degree. Okay, so once again, not doctoral school grants the degree, the PhD degree, but appropriate body, which is the discipline council, field council, or scientific council of the institute. And I have already mentioned about the time, and that this is the milestone for your training at the 2nd year. How does it work? You submit the report, then the report is evaluated by 3 reviewers, okay, and one is from outside of Poland, so that is the international review committee. Then there will be the interview with each PhD student, and also the interview will be also organized with your supervisor. And after the review, the decision is made, whether positive or not. Hopefully all of you in 2 years will have also this midterm assessment positive, because if not, according to the national regulation, this is not our decision, but according to the national regulation, you cannot continue the studying at the doctoral school. Okay, a few words about completing the training at the doctoral school. Of course, you have to pass all the elements, so all the classes, courses, seminars, etc. Then you have also to pass the doctoral exam later on, but not later than the 4th year. Then you actually submit the thesis, okay? Before, of course, please come to the doctoral school to show the copy of the doctoral examination protocol. Then you submit the thesis, and then when you submit the thesis, you are the graduate of the doctoral school, actually, okay? And then the thesis is reviewed by 3 reviewers, and then you will have to attend the so-called final defense, the defense of your thesis. So you will have to defend it. Okay, yes, this submission of the doctoral dissertation, is submitted not to the doctoral school, but to the discipline council, field faculty, or scientific council of the institute. You will receive a certificate that you have completed training at the doctoral school, and actually from the doctoral school, that's it. But of course, for you, the most important thing is to have the final defense and to obtain the PhD degree. That is actually the goal why you came here. Okay. PhD students' obligations, few words about that. I mentioned the PhD program, and as you can see on that slide, it says that only 10% should be devoted to that. And about 90% should be devoted to individual research proposal and studying at the university, research, making the research. It is really important to underline that you have to stay physically at the university. In the laboratory, in the room, please ask your supervisor where is the place to stay. And it's really essential not to study somewhere at the dormitory, in your flat, in your house, whatever, just stay at the university. Okay, of course you have to carry out the individual PhD training program, implement the individual research proposal, that is quite obvious. I mentioned to stay at the university. Actually, according to the regulations approved by the Senate of this university, you are supposed to stay not less than 30 hours per week. But those 30 hours are counted in this way, that not only staying at the laboratory or in the room where you make some calculations, but also attending the classes, and if you are supposed to teach also students, that those 30 hours also is counted. It is actually also important to underline that you should keep some kind of record about your staying. Yeah? Please also ask your supervisor about that. But I would advise you even to take a piece of paper if there is no other possibility and just put the hours you came, you left the university and count those hours. In some cases, it will not be necessary because from Monday till Friday, from let's say 8 o'clock, you will be coming here, you will be working at the university and everybody will see you, right? But in some other cases, it might be really important. It also very much depends on the discipline. Okay, of course, participate in internships, scientific schools, etc. Report progress of scientific work, active passive teaching practice, follow the regulations, and also please inform the school office about the changes of the personal data. Undergo occupational medicine examinations if required. That will be in case maybe of few of you. Publications, it was already mentioned during the previous keynote presentation, but let me say a few words that we have also some regulations, and that is actually one of the most important aspects of your staying here. So writing publications, submitting to the journals. According to the regulations, you are supposed to create, to publish publications, papers with total number of points 100. I will not say much about those points. Please maybe ask also your supervisors because they will know the best, which is the good journal, which is not so good journal, whether it is good idea to submit the paper to that journal or maybe to another one, and how many points. But anyway, according to the regulations by the Senate of this university, you have to gain 100 points, and that is not actually much, to tell you the truth. You will see later on that this is not a lot. The last point describes how it is also counted, so I will maybe skip it. Okay, now mobilities. Yes, the PhD student has to make a presentation at the international conference, at least one. That is not much. Most of you will have many presentations during international conferences, but according to the regulations, at least one is needed. So that is also another aspect. You are supposed to participate in the international internships. We also received some additional funding from different institutions, and at this moment, for example, a number of PhD students stay already at some international universities as a kind of trainings. It is actually very important that all the mobilities, conferences, training, workshops, internships, etc., all of them must be reported. The procedure is also described in our webpage, so I will not give many details at this moment. Okay, rest breaks and sick personal leaves. The PhD student has the right to have the rest breaks not exceeding 8 weeks a year. And this is actually much more than the employees of this university, to tell you the truth. So 8 weeks, this is according to the national regulations for all the doctoral schools. But it is really important to take those leaves in an appropriate time. So the period which is absolutely devoted to those leaves is between the 15th of July and 15th of September. Why? Because we do not have any classes at that time. And in most of the cases, the employees, including your supervisor or supervisors, have some kind of vacations. So this is the time for resting, actually, okay? It doesn't mean that we will not allow for some accidental rest breaks during the academic year due to some accidental reasons, right? Sickness of your family member, if your country, for example, or marriage of your brother, sister, whatever. And of course, we allow for such unexpected, let's call them, unexpected situations. We allow you to go to your country for maximum 2 weeks, but in most of the cases, we would rather advise you to go there for 1 week. In some countries, marriage will take 3 weeks, maybe, okay, marriage ceremony. But, okay, 2 weeks is really the maximum, okay, during the academic year. Of course, you have to ask your supervisor to have the agreement for that, and it cannot be during the time where you will have some classes, okay, especially when you are supposed to teach. Everything has to be discussed with appropriate persons, okay? All right. Everything has to be also recorded. You probably already know that at our university, we have the electronic system which is called Moja PG, okay? And at that place, you can also ask for or start the procedure of asking for the rest break, and the supervisor will agree. But please remember, the longer breaks only during vacations, Yes, and maybe the last one, I will skip the rest. The absence of a doctoral student due to illness must be also confirmed by the appropriate doctor's note. So we also need to know it. What are the persons who are involved in your PhD training? Of course, the supervisor. He or she is like the closest person to cooperate with. He or she provides guidance, access to facilities, funding for the research. In some cases, it will be essential in some disciplines because you will be working in the laboratory, for example. Okay? In some other cases, maybe not so important. Maybe only the computer will be enough, like in mathematics, for example. Okay? Yeah, he or she helps to define doctoral dissertation topic, define goals, helps to outline steps for reaching those goals. He will or she will help in preparing the individual research proposal, including the schedule for preparing a doctoral dissertation. He or she reviews the individual research proposal, prepares a report on the doctoral dissertation before it is submitted, monitors and evaluates the progress of the research. He or she, the supervisor, will be asked by the doctoral school about your progress. Okay, and he or she might say, I'm not satisfied because of some reasons. So please remember about that. Okay, so he or she is supposed to inform the doctoral school about any problematic situations, including also the possibility of making some disciplinary actions. I'm pretty sure that nobody of you will be involved in that, but just to let you know that that is also the obligation of your supervisor. It is possible to have the second supervisor, which is not so often situation, okay? But just to give you some information, in really justifies cases, in the case where the theses are interdisciplinary, and this word interdisciplinary has to be defined in an appropriate way, okay? It's not so easy actually. And also in the case when your research is conducted by the way of international cooperation, as a part of cooperation with the Fahrenheit Union, also universities. I don't know if you heard about that, but 3 universities of Gdańsk, so Gdańsk University of Technology, University of Gdańsk, and Medical University of Gdańsk, they joined together, in a sense, creating Fahrenheit Union. So maybe during further presentation, somebody else will say a little bit more about that also. Okay, anyway, it has to be justified. So it is important to demonstrate that a significant part of the individual research plan requires the use of methods and tools which are not applied within the discipline represented by the supervisor. Okay, so it is really not so easy, okay, to confirm that the theses are interdisciplinary, because in many cases, in many requests which we had in the past actually, we realized that actually those methods which are described as methods from other disciplines can be also somehow covered by the discipline which you belong to. So it's not so obvious. Yes, after evaluating the documents, submitting by the supervisor, actually supervisor is here the most important person to make this decision. The appropriate body which is authorized to confirm the doctorate degree asks the doctoral school or the director of the doctoral school to appoint the second supervisor. So the procedure is also quite complicated. It is actually easier to have the auxiliary supervisor, so a kind of a supporting supervisor. Usually this is the person who is the holder of PhD, but doesn't have so large experience actually in science. So he or she cannot be the supervisor himself or herself, okay? So this is the person who will also help you. That is actually your role. I mean, you can ask for the auxiliary supervisor. Of course, not alone, because you have to contact your supervisor, your main one, yeah, the first one, and discuss about that. It can be appointed. The applications, yeah, that's really important with the red color. The applications for appointment of the second supervisor and the auxiliary supervisor shall be submitted not later than the end of the 5th semester of your training. And unfortunately, in the past, we had some applications at the 6th semester, 7th. That's too late. I mean, if you are supposed to finish within 7 semesters, so asking for additional help at the 6th semester sounds a little bit maybe strange. So if you have any plan for that, discuss with your supervisor and do it as quickly as possible, but not later than the 5th semester. Summary. We used to say that your supervisor is your mother and father during the 4 years of your studying, okay? So he or she is here to help you, but he or she is also here to assess your engagement in the research. And he or she is here also to make the opinions about you. All right? If there are two of them, I mean, the second supervisor, please decide by yourself who will be your mother and who will be your father. But if there is only one person, so one person will be your mother and your father during staying at this university. In many problems, the first person to contact is your supervisor, actually. He or she will really give you a lot of information. If this doesn't work, we have also at the doctoral school the discipline coordinators, and also in case of some administrative issues, the doctoral school office is open also for you. Coordinators of the disciplines, these are the people who will finally accept your reports, actually, okay? So these are the people which will give you the promotion to the next academic year, okay, to the next year. Maybe I will not read all the names here. You will find also this information on the web page, okay? As you can see, there are 6 coordinators of discipline. So these people are also available in case of any problematic situations if the supervisor cannot help in some cases. Yeah, they provide opinion about the request submitted by the students, assess the implementation, they make the decision of granting formal credit, approve individual courses of PhD students, agree to postpone of some courses, for example, and also the last point that is concerning the compensatory subject. As I mentioned, that will not be in most of the cases related to you. I introduce myself. I am the second from the left, as you can see, okay? I am the deputy director for the education and Polish qualification framework. Professor Michał Mrozowski, who is sitting here, okay, he is the main director of the doctoral school. So he is the most important person in the doctoral school. And Professor Maciek Bagiński is also the deputy director. He's now, I think, in the second part of this PhD Open Day. He has some presentation for the candidates. And also very important person, Ms. Marta Górczyńska. Marta, if you can just show your face once again, maybe. She is the head of the office. So please also listen to her. She is very important. Okay. Maybe I will skip this slide about the doctoral school himself. Maybe we will allow later for some questions, so maybe let's leave some time for that. Okay, funding opportunities. That is something which maybe you are waiting for. Okay, scholarships. Let's start from the scholarships. So according to the national regulations, each PhD student is supposed to obtain the scholarship. You can see this table showing the gross amount of the basic scholarship at the doctoral scholarship at the first year, second year, third year, and fourth year. You can, first of all, you can see major differences before the midterm evaluation and after the midterm evaluation, okay? So if you survive 2 years, that can be actually your way of thinking also, okay? It doesn't matter how you think, but anyway, if you survive those 2 years, your scholarship will be substantially increased. Okay, actually at this university, we add a little bit more than to what is suggested by the national regulations. So we have some kind of increase amount, that is the second row, as you can see, and a total and also the net amount. You do not pay the taxes, you do not pay something else. I'm not the expert in that, but anyway, it is the net amount which you actually obtain, okay? Now, that's not everything actually, because if you are good enough, if you publish a lot, if you really study hard, you will get a little bit more, or much more actually in some cases. There are a number of other possibilities. Minister's scholarships for outstanding young scientists, scholarships from research grants. That, please. Okay, the microphone is also off. So now I should continue without my feedback, should I? Or wait? Okay, let's give like 1 minute to 3 minutes. That's okay. Okay, so this is unexpected break of 3 minutes. If you'd like to leave for a moment, that is the time to do it. I co?
Bardzo przepraszamy, awaria prądu.
No i
Pracujemy
co?
na UPS-ie teraz.
Ale
Musimy poczekać
jak się włączy, tak?
około 10 minut, tak, aż system jeszcze raz wystartuje.
To zapowie pan głośno, żeby nie było na mnie, że 10 minut.
Dobrze.
Hello, hello, ladies and gentlemen, announcement. Announcement.
We must wait 10 minutes.
10 minutes. No i teraz wszyscy się rozejdą. Siadło. To nie będzie pytań. maybe as it was mentioned during the previous lecture, your paper, the perfect one, which you submitted to the good journal, will be rejected, okay? You have to deal with those problems. So we had the technical problem with the presentation, and now we are back. Okay, I see some more people coming. I'm so happy with that. Okay, so scholarships from the research grants. Please contact your supervisors. I mentioned that already. Then, something which is really essential for you, the third point, these are the additional scholarships which are called Polonium and Francium. These are the scholarships which the university received because we are the research university, okay? As it was mentioned, we are one of the best in the country. I would even say in some disciplines, in most of the disciplines, the best research university. In case of Polonium, I will say a little bit more because Polonium scholarship is devoted to the first year PhD students. So I have the next slide later on. But also, there are some additional possibilities. Okay, it disappeared. Yeah, we have it back. We have the scholarships from so-called own scholarship fund, bonuses for publication. So if you publish in really good journals, you can also expect to have some bonuses for that. And that can be quite large, actually, amount of money. That is very much related also to the faculty where you are staying, so it really depends on the faculty. So please ask also your supervisor about that. And also a number of scholarships granted on individual basis. Additional possibilities, scholarships granted by rector, dean, whatever, and also from outside of the university, there is also a possibility to that. Some foundations. Please check the webpage of the doctoral school about that. Some information will be in Polish, but most important information will be given also in English language. Okay, and also the events found by the Doctoral Students Council is also here. Polonium, please go down. Financing conditions. This is the fellowship, which is the program of maximum 2,500 gross per month, and this is for 12 months. It is dedicated to all first-year PhD students. Please check the webpage later on for the conditions, so be updated about that. We, as the doctoral school, we do not grant this scholarship. We help to distribute it. So we are not responsible for making the decisions concerning the rules, for example, etc. Okay? So please read the webpage of the doctoral school about this. In most of the cases, most of you, or even maybe in some cases, all of you will receive it, but this is not our decision. Okay? This is not our decision. Okay, maybe I will skip the conditions because they might change a little bit in this year. That program was also available last year. Few words about another program, which is called Francium. That is for the second, third, and fourth year PhD students, okay? But you can already be prepared for that. So in the next academic year, you will be able, if nothing will change, to apply also for this scholarship. The condition for sure to receive it is to show publications in really top journals or good journals. So you can already start working, maybe not today, just rest a little bit during this weekend, but starting from Monday, please focus on your research and write work and write good publications. Okay, I will also skip the rules at this moment. Sources of information. Okay, read the manual. We have the manual in Polish and in English also. Regulations of the doctoral school at Gdańsk University of Technology in both languages. Doctoral training program in both languages. Those documents can be found in the webpage of the doctoral school. I said this, I will repeat it. Frequently visit the school's website, yeah? If you would like, you can also check our social media. Read all the emails, newsletters we send on a regular basis. Check your email box really very often, because it happened also in the past that somebody was complaining that he or she didn't know, and everything was in the email, but he or she didn't check it actually. Okay, check also the school calendar on the regular basis. Okay, I mentioned, if you have the first question, please go to your supervisor. Okay, he or she will really, in most of the cases, help you. But of course, the doctoral school office is open in case of some administrative questions, right? You can send the emails, but please remember to send it from the mailing account of the university. So from the domain pg.edu.pl, not from Gmail or from other domains, okay? Only from this domain. Office hours for the PhD students, please remember that Wednesday the office is closed. Check your webpage, our webpage, in particular the news sections and the tab PhD students. Actually, many emails which we received, there are the questions which really the answers can be found in the webpage. Okay, so if you will not find any information on the webpage, then please come to the office or send the email. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. I think we can allow for maybe a few questions, if you have any. Where is the organizer? Yeah, it's coming to me. Do we have time for a few questions? Okay. There is another one, but I can give this one also.
Any questions from the audience?
Yeah, sure.
Wow.
Okay, so about the Polonium scholarship, it's for only international students or for all PhD students?
Okay, it is for all PhD students, not only for international PhD students. So also Polish PhD students can receive this scholarship. The same actually in case of Francium. So this is for all PhD students. Okay.
Any other questions? Yes.
Yes, Polonium and Francium scholarships, yes. Okay, so Polonium can apply anybody who will achieve from his or her supervisor a positive opinion, yes. That's the only, as far as I know, for this year, the only necessary condition for the Francium scholarship, which is applicable for second, third, and the fourth year PhD candidates. For the second year, you need to also have a more developed, more elaborated opinion of your supervisor. And for the third and the fourth year, you need to have at least accepted for publication or published a paper in a journal from, I think we can say, from the first or the second quartile in Scopus or Web of Science. But these conditions will be announced soon, I believe, on the webpage, yes? And the decision belongs to the rector. So we give the opinion, yes, our suggestions, but the decision stays with the rector.
Okay, Professor Lechman is the head of the committee to decide about that. So she is also a very important person here.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. During the thesis defense part, you said it is possible to combine the papers and hard cover and write a thesis and defend it like that, not writing the separate thesis.
Yeah.
Is it possible?
Yes,
so
it is possible. I mean, we do not have any written rules for that, and it depends on the discipline, okay? In case of some disciplines, it's actually a kind of a standard when the PhD student submits a set of papers. But do not ask me how many papers and what kind of journals. nobody will really answer this precisely. Okay. Most of the people will say, well, it should be about this and in good journals, okay? On the other hand, in some other disciplines, most of the PhD defenses are based on the dissertations in the form of monograph, okay? So you write a text, which is like 200 pages or something like that, and then this is the PhD dissertation. It's a kind of a monograph.
Okay, so it depends and it should be asked in the faculty, right?
Yeah, absolutely ask, even at the beginning, ask the supervisor for his or her opinion, not only opinion, but also about his or her way of thinking about your thesis. Yeah?
Okay, thank you very much.
Really nice discussion. You know, we have students and they're already thinking about finishing their studies. Any other questions from the audience? None? If none, then we'll have to thank our speaker for the discussion and for giving us all this information. Please help me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. And now it is my honor to welcome upon the stage Professor Janusz Rachoń. Professor Janusz Rachoń is former rector of Gdańsk University of Technology for terms between 2002 and 2008, the chairman of scientific board of the Institute of Organic Chemistry at the Polish Academy of Sciences, and ombudsman for academic rights and values at Gdańsk University of Technology. Professor will now present a lecture entitled "An Outline History of Gdańsk Tech." And now, without further ado, please welcome Professor Janusz Rachoń.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank to the doctoral student self-government to invite me with this lecture today. Second, welcome in the Gdańsk University of Technology and welcome in Gdańsk. You have to remember that Gdańsk is a special place. This is the place where the World War II started, September 1st, 1939, but also is a place, what happened? I prefer this picture. Okay. And the place where the Solidarity movement was born, the movement which together with its leader Lech Walesa turned down the Berlin Wall, and on this way they changed the map of Europe. Now, it's okay? No, this is not my slide. It will be. Okay. May we turn down the lights? A little bit, at least. Now going back to the history of the university, which is pretty complicated as almost everything in this part of Europe. It means the history of the Technical University in Gdańsk revealed itself as a chain of transformations. They were as follows. Königliche Technische Hochschule Danzig, 1904-1918. It was a Prussia university. Then the Kaiser Wilhelm II abdicated, and the school had to change the name into the Technische Hochschule to Danzig, 1918-1921. And then Freie Stadt Danzig, I will talk about it. Technische Hochschule der Freien Stadt Danzig, 1921-1939, and Reichshochschule Danzig during the World War II, and since 1945, Gdańsk University of Technology, the Polish university. The history of the Technical University in Gdańsk is marked by two basic dates, namely 6th of October 1904, and 24th of May 1945. To sum up, the academical year 2024-2025 will be a jubilee academical year when we will celebrate two very important events. 120 years of existence of the Polytechnic in Gdańsk and 80 years of existence of the Gdańsk University of Technology, Polish university. You have to know that because of the Industrial Revolution, end of 19th and beginning of 20th century, they started to build in Europe universities of technology. The oldest one is École Polytechnique Paris. Next one, it was a Vienna University of Technology, 1815. Then Karlsruhe University, the Institute of Technology, 1865. Then Polytechnical Lwowska, it means Lviv University of Technology, 1843. The next one, very interesting, is Istanbul Technical University, 1928. Very famous, Eidgenössische Technische Hochschule Zürich, 1854. The university, the European university with the biggest number of Nobel Prize winners. The next one in Technische Hochschule Berlin, 1879, and the Istituto Tecnico Superiore Milano, 1863. Now, the decision to establish the university here in Gdańsk was made on March 1899 in Berlin. The decision was made personally by Kaiser Wilhelm II. Why the Kaiser Wilhelm decided to create the university here in Gdańsk? The reason for that was that between the Königsberg and Berlin didn't exist any university. The design and supervision of the construction was taken over by Professor Albert Karsten. Construction lasted from September 1900 to August 1904, only 4 years. The statute of the university guaranteeing full academic rights was approved on October 1st, 1904 by Kaiser Wilhelm II. The ceremonial opening with the participation of the emperor took place on October 6, 1904. This is the building, main building of the university since at 1904. Few words about the architecture, Albert Karsten. He was born November 1859 in Berlin to a Jewish family. He studied art history and mathematics at the University of Berlin and architecture at the Berlin Building Academy. After the beginning of the Polytechnic activity, he was a professor at the Faculty of Architecture. He was the first vice-rector of the university until May 1933, when a few weeks before, the Nazi came to power in the Free City of Gdańsk. He was forced to resign because of his national origin. He was a Jew. He lived in Berlin with his son, by the way, who was a German veteran of the World War I. Professor Albert Karsten was deported to Theresienstadt, Nazi camp, on June 1943, and he died there in the same year. In 1904, they built the main building, 4 buildings, the building of electrical faculty, the mechanical engineering, and faculty of chemistry. It was the 4 buildings of this university at that time. As I said, the Kaiser Wilhelm II took place in the ceremonial of inauguration year 1904-1905, and he said, "On German soil, this university is to exist here and act as a strong tower from which German science, German spirit should work on to the country." After the World War I, the Free City of Gdańsk was established as an implementation of articles of the Treaty of Versailles by the League of Nations. This is fragment of the map. This is the Baltic Sea. This is Germany. This is the other part of the Germany, East Prussia. This is the Polish corridor, and between is a free city of Gdańsk. The League of Nations decided that the owner of the Polytechnic would be the free city of Gdańsk. Polish and German students will have the same rights at the university. The official language will be German, unless the number of Polish-speaking students exceeds 50%. It never happened. In 1935, the largest number of Polish students was around 34%. Polish students studied at the following faculties: chemistry, architecture, electrical, civil engineering, but above all at the shipbuilding department. Why about this shipbuilding department was the most popular among the Polish students? Because before World War II, Poland had 3 polytechnics: the Lviv University of Technology, the Warsaw University of Technology, and the Mining University of Technology in Krakow. Not of this university had a shipbuilding department, but you have to know that at that time the Poland built here in Gdynia the harbor and shipyard. Okay, Polish students in Gdańsk had a number of social, scientific, and sport organizations, including corporations such as Helenia, Rosewia, etc., and above all, Bratnia Pomoc, with an own academical house. Also, the sport team was created in Polish sport team, the Polish students, was created in 1923. This is the Polish Academical House. You can see this building, which still exists today. The seat of the Bratnia Pomoc, it means Association of Polish Students of Technische Hochschule der Freien Stadt Danzig, other words, fraternal help, was founded in 1921. Cold relations between Poles and Germans deteriorated completely in 1923 when the organization Deutsche Studentenschaft der Technische Hochschule Danzig adopted a resolution that Polish students are not worthy of demanding and giving honorable satisfaction. What else? As you remember, the World War II started September 1st, 1939, but in contrast to that, the World War II for Polish students of the Technische Hochschule der Freien Stadt Danzig began in February 1939, when by the illegal decision of the rector, Ernst Polhausen, they were expelled from the university. During the World War II, the campus was destroyed completely. This is the picture of the main building from the front, and this is from the other side, from Traugutta Street, without glasses, and the main building without the roof. And on April 5th, 1945, April 1945, the World War II was still in progress. A delegation of the Polish Ministry of Education arrived in Gdańsk, whose task was to secure ruins of the campus and establish Polish Gdańsk University of Technology. The group included Professor Stanisław Turski from the Jagiellonia University, Professor Kazimierz Kopecki from the Lviv University of Technology, Professor Kazimierz Kubik from the Warsaw University of Technology, Franciszek Otto from the Lviv University of Technology, and Stanisław Szymański, a pre-war student of Gdańsk of the Technische Hochschule der Freien Stadt Danzig, Faculty of Shipbuilding. Not only campus was destroyed, old part of the city was destroyed almost completely. And also you have to remember that the professors and students from the architecture faculty, our university, Gdańsk University of Technology, collected the old picture or painting, and on this way, the old part of the city was rebuilt. The first lecture in Polish language on this campus took place at the Polish Gdańsk University of Technology during the inauguration of the academical year 1945-46 on October 22nd, 1945. Professor Ignacy Adamczewski, this is this guy, very famous professor of our university, spoke about nuclear energy in the presence of the state authorities. This is the picture from today. We rebuilt the old buildings. This is the main building. And we have a lot of new constructions. This is the Institute of Mathematics. This is the nanotechnology. This is mechanical engineering. And we have beautiful 2 yards. Hevelius yard with the Foucault pendulum, the largest pendulum in Poland, and the Fahrenheit yard. By the way, the funny story is that the Fahrenheit, who used to live in Gdańsk, and in Gdańsk discovered or made this temperature scale, Fahrenheit scale, but we don't use it. We use the Celsius scale. Okay, recently we opened the Smart and Transdisciplinary Knowledge Service. The investment serves as a multidisciplinary data collection and processing center in accordance with the latest global standards. The capability of this institute can also be used in scientific research in the field of physics, chemistry, astronomy, biotechnology, or medicine, as well as for implementation research aimed at commercialization the results on scientific research. This is a beautiful picture of our campus. You can see here the old buildings renovated by us, and here you can see the new buildings and student houses and so on. By the way, the campus of Gdańsk University of Technology today is the most beautiful campus in Poland. What we have today, we have 8 faculties: Faculty of Architecture, Faculty of Chemistry, Electrical and Control Engineering, Faculty of Electronics, Telecommunication and Informatics, Faculty of Applied Physics and Mathematics, Faculty of Civil and Environmental Engineering, Faculty of Mechanical Engineering and Ship Technology, Faculty of Management and Economics. Today, Gdańsk University of Technology consists, as you know, of 8 faculties representing 13 scientific disciplines and 37 fields of study. Gdańsk University of Technology belongs to the small and exclusive group of research universities in Poland. What else? Gdańsk University of Technology is extremely popular. Second place in Poland in terms of the number of candidates. Today we have over 15,000 students from around 80 countries. Now a few words about the achievements of our university. Gdańsk University of Technology is well known because of its cooperation with the industry. Look, already in 1945, after World War II, was built the first ship, and the technology for the construction of this ship was made here in Gdańsk University of Technology, and the major officer of this designing group was Professor Derfer. This is this guy, who was later on the rector of our university. Also, the site launching of the ships and the shipbuilding was made this technology in the Faculty of Shipbuilding of our university. The ZRIF hydrofoil seagoing vehicle, designed by the Faculty of Ocean Engineering and Ship Technology of our university. Very important point, the minesweeper made of a magnetic plastic, which is now NATO Navy is in service today. Cathedral in Licheń was the construction design also in the Faculty of Civil Engineering and our university. By the way, I think it was even the PhD thesis. Also, the construction of the Cable State Bridge, one of the most beautiful bridges in Gdańsk, was designed in the Faculty of Civil Engineering. In 1904, we developed a new technology, environmental friendly, green chemistry, from production sodium alendronate. This is this compound. This technology is used in Polish pharma industry, Polpharma, and is the base for production of the drug called Ostomax 70 Comfort, which is used in osteoporosis treatment. By the way, today our pharma industry, Polpharma, is a leader in the world in the production of this kind of compounds. Not only this, there is a group of compounds, hydroxyamino bisphosphonates, which are used in the treatment of osteoporosis. Anti-tumor drug, designed and generated by a team of Professor Konopa from our university, which right now in the phase 2 of the clinical trial. Hitozan, the method of production, Hitozan hydrogel gel, using CO2, a technology developed by the team led by Grzegorz Gorczyca, which has a number of industrial applications. The technology is successfully implemented today in the cosmetic industry, the food and medical as well. New solution in structured diagnostics, algorithms that allow for effective identification of damages and constructions made of various materials, developed by Beata Zima from our university. And now I would like to, guys, hey, may you put the movie, short movie, which I would like to show you. Okay. This is, no, go back. Okay, this is Submature digital speech corrector for stuttering people. This poor guy is not able to speak fluently, and now the same guy with this device put the second picture.
Nie chciałbym tu rozsiewać niegodnych plotek, a jednak wierzę niezłomnie, iż gdybyście wzięli zwykłą linę do holowania i wyciągnęli ją w szczęście.
Unfortunately in Polish language, but you can distinguish that he is able right now to speak absolutely fluent with this device. And please the next movie, small pic, okay.
Warsaw, 2013. Professor Andrzej Czyżewski, the head of the Multimedia Systems Department at the Gdańsk University of Technology, and his co-workers win the Polish Innovation of the Year competition. The invention that won the prize was the Cyber Eye. It's an integrated computer system to diagnose the state of consciousness and to provide therapy for people in coma. The Cyber Eye enables the stimulation of the cognitive functions through the activation of the sight, hearing and smell senses. In connection with the speech synthesizer, it enables the patients to communicate with their caretakers. It's just one of the inventions and projects coordinated by Andrzej Czyżewski. The Math Mouse is an invention for paralyzed people who are not able to use the keyboard and the mouse. Another innovation is a smart pen that facilitates learning for children suffering from dyslexia.
Okay. All right. Can you put me on the screen? Oh, excellent. CyberRadar, a non-contact device that allows doctors to safely monitor the breathing of patients suffering from the COVID or other highly infectious diseases as well as patients with heart failure, lung diseases of after a stroke. The next one. A tool for the effective diagnosis of kidney tumor. The Titan IT system uses machine learning technology and artificial intelligence of malignancy of the kidney tumor based on the CT scan of the abdominal cavity. Was prepared from our people. Now you can probably know that in the face of the dynamic changing geopolitical situation in the world, the protection of critical infrastructure, both military and civil facilities such as airport, power plants, elements of the power system, seaports, or refineries is one of the key challenges for state security. A modern system for protecting critical infrastructure against drones is being developed at Gdańsk University of Technology. The consortium, led by Gdańsk University of Technology, developed a system for the generation of emission of high-power microwave electromagnetic pulses to counterattack attacks and harmful activity of unmanned aerial vehicles. Okay, this is all for today. Of course, it was my selection, very short because the organizer gave me only 25 minutes. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor, for this incredibly
If you have any question, please ask. Don't hesitate.
Do you have any questions from the audience? If not, then thank you, Professor.
It was so complicated that nobody can ask any question.
Yes. Thank you for this incredibly inspiring lecture. I think everyone in this auditorium is feeling a little bit more proud to be a part of Gdańsk University of Technology, the university of beautiful tradition and wonderful heritage. Now we will take a short recess. In 20 minutes we'll meet back here for next part, which is a panel entitled Grants, Scholarships and Other Opportunities, where we will take a closer look into all the opportunities that Gdańsk Tech is offering for PhD candidates. We have 20 minutes recess now. Excuse me, may I have your attention, please? We'll be now continuing with our PhD Open Day. And now it's time for a panel dedicated to grants, scholarships, and other opportunities. And let me welcome upon the stage EDUP Office Manager, Dr. Monika Wieczerzak, with presentation.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to mention that this is a very surreal thing for me, because I used to be sitting there when you are sitting right now. So I'm not used to being on the stage. So be nice to me, please. So before I start about scholarships and grants, I want to talk a little bit about EDUP initiative at all, because I'm want to credit a little bit on this situation. I don't have that much opportunities to speak with PhD students about our initiative, so I want to just credit on this situation. So the EDUP initiative started with the law of 2018. In that law, it was the law of science and higher education. And there was described an initiative called EDUP. And then in 2019, there was the first competition. Our university, like 20 other universities, the top of our education system universities, attempted and applied to this competition. And we, as a university, ranked second. You can see that of those 20 university that applied to the competition, 10 of them received positive decision, and we received 10% of additional 10% of our public funds, and it was approximately 200 million in Polish zlotys. So we started our initiative from 2020, and the funds we're going to receive to 2026. And this is when the projects end. And then there's going to be a second competition, and we received our funds on the basis of our applications and our plans, how we want to upbring our university higher, and we want to be more recognizable around the world, especially in the Western society, Western education or admin society. So here you can see all our projects, all our programs, and I have to say that unfortunately you cannot apply in all of them. I will talk about our main topic about scholarships further in my presentation, but I want you to be aware how many projects we have. And although you cannot apply to them, you can be a part of the team, for the research team, for example. You can be a junior researcher, for example. You can receive some bonuses from the publication, for example, if you are a co-author of that publication. And of course, this publication have to meet some basic standards. But there is a lot of things that you can check on our websites about programs. And I would encourage you to contact us or go to our website and see how big is our EDUP offer. So, moving on to our scholarships. There are 2 scholarships that are strictly directed at you, at PhD students. There is Francium and Polonium, and we're going to start with Polonium. So Polonium is for the PhD students that are starting their education on our university. So for the first year, and you can, if you meet the basic requirement, you can apply for amount of 2,500 zlotys per month. They are awarded for 20 months, yes? So for the whole year. And who can apply there? Like I said, first year student, and also you have to be admitted to our doctoral school of Gdańsk Tech, plus you have to have, your supervisor have to be our employee. The basic standard right now is that you have to be present in Poland, so you have to be here with your body and soul, and you have to present original documents, plus you have to take an oath and declaration. How to apply? So the announcements will be on our website. Please go to our website, visit our website. Yes, visit our website. And the new thing is the applications will be, you can apply only via our module in Maya PG system. And be aware that, please note that our regulations will come out soon. So if the regulations come out and the call will be announced, please read them very carefully. Another our scholarship is Francium. The Francium is for students of second, third, and fourth year. You can also apply for the 2,500 zlotys per month per 12 months. Yes, you will receive it for 12 months. And you have to be also a participant of our doctoral school. So there are some basic requirements, because be aware that Polonium is a supplementary scholarship and Francium is pro-quality scholarship. So you have to have some kind of achievements on the first year to not only apply but also receive Francium. So for the first year, for the second, third, and fourth year, you have to, the basic requirement is you have to have a positive opinion of your supervisor. That positive opinion is for every year. Yes, you have to have a positive opinion of every year. And additional, for the first, third, and fourth year, at least one publication on which you are a co-author have to be published. So, how to apply in the same? The announcement will be on our website, so I encourage you to visit our website. The application is also submitted by our portal, by our Maya PG system. And the same, the regulations will come out soon. Yes, and with the Francium, there will be also criteria that will be published on our website. You can read them, and you will know on what basis the points gonna be awarded. Okay, so from where you can get information, first of all, I mentioned that you can visit our website. There is a website in Polish and in English version, of course. Yes, in announcement, we announce our calls in an announcement on in Polish ogłoszenia. In program tabs, there is also all the programs, and you can find Polonium and Francium. On the doctoral website, doctoral school website, on our main website, there is a slider. There is a big slider. You can also see announcement of calls there. In the weekly newsletter, I think it's only in Polish, unfortunately. I don't know if there's going to be an English version. Mailing, not all, of course, grants, you will receive a mail about them, because you are not the direct audience of them. So don't worry, we will not spam you. And also you can contact me at EDUP office, or you can contact the doctoral school employees. This is our contact information. So I, first of all, encourage you to visit our website, and then you can also contact us. This is mine. Here you can see mine information, contact, and this is for doctoral school. And be aware there is one email for Francium and one email for Polonium. And this is all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? If not, I would like to thank you, Doctor. I'm more sure that no other university in Poland offers such a wide selection of scholarship programs dedicated for doctoral students. And now I would like to ask Ms. Agnieszka Krawczyk-Kłos of Technology Transfer Office for a presentation on ways to commercialize scientific research results.
Okay, do we have something to change the, yeah. Hi, how are you today? I'm fine, and you? Hope you're well. Well, I thought that will be a little bit more people here, but obviously it's a long day, so probably there is more of PhD students. And today, I'm really happy that I'm with you, with the young people, wise and intelligent people, with our open-minded for the new challenges. And I think that you begin today a new path in education, a new path in gathering knowledge, but also a new path when in front of you there will be new challenges and new opportunities. So this is only your way to choose to take the opportunity, to take a chance when you see it. And in my opinion, you will have this chance during your PhD studies. So let's imagine that one day, during your research, using the knowing start of art, you create something new, something which hasn't been discovered yet. And this thing is possible to use by industry. How you would call it? Well, I would call it invention. And if we have an invention, then maybe we should start to thinking about implementing that invention to the market. So, okay, but how I will do this? With who I should talk with? What should be my next step? So, gladly, I'm here, and I am the person who tried to answer that questions for you today. So, okay, let's start with that if you create invention and you think about the implementation, it could be happened because you were a member of a team where you were running a project with required commercialization. And in this situation, we really recommend to contact with our technology transfer office. Why? Because at the first time, going through all the process regarding commercialization, it could be really hard. And you probably don't have that knowledge to know where to go, with who talk with. Well, obviously, even if I can talk with someone about my invention, if it's not protected yet. So we will help you. How we can support you? So first of all, we can help you with establishing consortium agreement. We can help you with negotiations with the business. with concluding the agreement regarding licensing or selling you rights of your research results. So there is a lot of things which we can support you with. Okay, but maybe some of you will think about their own company. Maybe I want to establish a startup. Maybe I have idea about a new technology which could be a great service or a great product, and I want to sell it onto the market. What then? What I can do? Okay, we can help you with that too. We have a program which we call Startup School. This is a two-stage program, and what is the most important, I think, that on the first stage you have a support of very wise and very expertise people who know how to run their own business. So they can support you with the information how to support that kind of the company and what knowledge you need to have. Okay? The second stage is for people who think, I need to create my own prototype. So here is the moment which you can apply for a grant of 50K. And what is very important, that you can apply now, because at this moment there is a possibility to apply for the stage 1 of the startup school, and next month, November, you will be able to apply for the stage 2. So think about that. If you want to know a little bit more, then you can find information in our page. Okay, so let's go further. So what, if I have invention, but I don't want to creating a startup, maybe I didn't done it because I was a part of the team where we have a big project. Maybe I was just sitting in my laboratory and just working, and it just happens. Well, it's possible. So we have like 2 programs which can help you. The first, and I think the most important, is the program Titanium. Why? Because you have to think about the protection of your invention. You shouldn't speak with anyone, especially with any business partners, if you are not sure that your invention is properly protected. So thanks to that program, we'll be able to protect it nationally and internationally, your invention. The second program is Innovation for Incubator, and here you have a chance to get a grant of 100K. But we are focused here very highly for a cooperation with the business. So if you applied for that grant and you will receive it, me and my team, we do everything what is in our power to make sure that your research results will be implemented to the market, and finally, we will be able to sell or licensing the rights of your results to the third-party company. Okay? Well, so on the end, really, I would ask myself a question. So if I create invention, me, you really, as a PhD student, who owns the right for this research results? Is it me as a PhD student? Or maybe it's the university because I was using their, equipment, their laboratory. Or maybe it's a business partner because I just signed a cooperation agreement with them. So those are the questions which I'm trying to answer you during the classes. It's a commercialization of research results. We will starting them next year, so I highly recommend you to sign in. And probably I will answer all of these questions and much more regarding the commercialization. And on the end, each first Thursday of the month, we have an open day, which means that we invite you to just pop in to our office if you have any questions regarding technology transfer or commercialization, we'll be very pleased to have a moment with you and just answer all your questions. So, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? If not, thank you so much for this inspiring lecture. Now I would like to invite up on the stage Professor Anna Kunkowska, Ambassador of Fulbright Poland, to talk a little bit more about this whole Fulbright program.
Okay, hello, and thank you for inviting me here. And I would like to tell you about the Fulbright program. It's a US government's flagship international exchange program, and it's dedicated for students, scholars, teachers, artists, professionals of all backgrounds to study, to teach, or conduct research. Fulbright is not only meant to support those of you who have some astonishing results in your studies. It is mostly designed to forge lasting connections, counter misunderstanding, and help people and nations work together toward common goals. And what are the programs that Fulbright Foundation offers? Well, since I'm talking about Fulbright Poland, it is a grant for Polish citizens who want to either study or conduct research projects in the United States. It is also grants for American citizens who want to study, conduct research projects in Poland or teach in Poland. If you are citizens of another country than Poland and you would like to participate in the Fulbright Foundation program, you are also welcome to do that. The only difference is, in that case, you apply through your country's home website instead of the Polish Fulbright website. Fulbright also has an offer for Polish institutions, and it's an education advising center. Fulbright is an opportunity. It is not only an opportunity to carry out your project in the United States, but it is also an opportunity to experience firsthand the US higher education system and also the culture of the United States. You can study, or you can conduct research, or you can teach. All those will further your academic and professional development. While being on Fulbright programs, you have an opportunity to collaborate with leading experts and institutions in the field, and of course create long-term, lasting connections with other scholars and institutions. And of course, while being in the United States, you will act as an ambassador of your home country. Who can apply for Fulbright? Well, since I represent Fulbright Poland, I'm talking about Polish citizens, but it is also citizens of multiple other countries. Just as I said before, then you apply through a website of your home country. The condition is that you do not have a dual citizenship, or you cannot be a permanent resident of the United States. Because the program is meant to build connections, especially for those who don't have a long-lasting experience with the United States. This is why preference is given to candidates who don't have any substantial recent experience in the United States. Of course, if you have traveled to the United States for holidays or a conference or a short-term research grant or work and travel program, it doesn't lower your chances, don't worry. And there are multiple grants which are available for graduate students. You can either start your PhD program in the United States. Since I know that all of you here are already PhD candidates, the programs designed for you are those to conduct a research project in the United States. What will you receive if you decide to apply and you're a successful candidate? Monthly scholarship. And by monthly scholarship, I don't mean only monthly scholarship, it is also additional money for conferences, for trips which are required by your project. It is also money to support your family if you're traveling with a spouse or children. It is a round-trip ticket, also including your family if you decide that they should accompany you in the trip. It is J1 visa, medical insurance, pre-departure orientation and support during the program. And of course, alumni network membership, which helps you to stay in touch and maintain the connections that you've created while being on a Fulbright program. Well, maybe the font is not large enough, sorry. Is there any way we could enlarge it? Okay, sorry, hopefully you can read it. If not, I will read it for you. I mean, here are pre-doctoral grants. Those that apply to you are highlighted in yellow, because I assume that all of you are already PhD students, PhD candidates. So it is Fulbright Junior Research Award. That's a program with an aim to conduct a research project which is related to your doctoral dissertation, and the project lasts for up to 10 months. It's up to you to decide how long would you like to stay in the United States, how much time does the project require. And of course, it is for any fields of research, any disciplines. Another program for PhD candidates is Fulbright Research Award at Stanford University School of Medicine. It's also designed for research projects. However, here it's limited to the medical sciences. And this program lasts 10 months. A third program for PhD candidates, for those who represent the lab sciences, I mean sciences which require working in a laboratory, it's BioLab program. And it's in biological, chemical, or medical fields of study. It's also designed for conducting research projects in the United States or participating in a research project which is being conducted in the United States by a third party. And this program lasts 11 to 12 months. I've also listed postdoctoral grants. However, those are for those you can apply once you're ready with your PhD application and you successfully get your PhD title and diploma. Application timeline. You apply online. This is good news. It means you don't have to post any papers, you don't have to prepare any hard copy paperwork. You apply online. The application procedure usually starts in spring, and the deadlines, depending on the program, are in April, May, or June. And this is something you have to always look up at the Fulbright website, because it differs depending on the program, and it also may vary year to year. Until the end of June usually is the formal check. And then until the beginning of September, subject matter expert review. If you are successfully reviewed, you're invited for an interview, which takes place in fall, usually October or late September. And if you are a successful candidate, until the end of December, you should get your nomination approved. If you have any questions about programs, about the application procedure, or anything related to the program, you can look it up on the Fulbright US website. Over there you will find links to local Fulbright website designed for particular countries. You can also contact specific program coordinator. If you look up the programs on the Fulbright website, you will find designated persons for particular programs, and they are there to help you. You can email them, you can call them, they are happy to answer your questions. You can, of course, follow Fulbright on social media, or if you want to ask the questions personally, you can contact me. That's my email address, and I have my consultation hours on Tuesday forenoons at the University of Gdańsk. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for this beautiful presentation. And now we'll be moving to our next guest, a chairman of Polish National Association of Doctoral Candidates, Mr. Michał Klimczyk, who will be giving a presentation on national cooperation between self-governments. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Yeah, I will try it. Okay. So, hello everyone. First of all, I would like to congratulate Ignacy and all of the people here for doing such a great event. I think it might be a great inspiration for all of us from other universities. As Ignacy said, I'm the president of the Polish National Association of Doctoral Candidates. I'm the employee of Rzeszów University of Technology. I'm working with Vice Rector for Development and External Relations in our university. And I'm, of course, a doctoral candidate too at our doctoral school. My scientific interests are about the use of hydrogen in aviation. For those who don't know that, Rzeszów is the city in the southeastern Poland, where we, of course, invite you very warmly. Ignacy asked me to say a few words about the national cooperation between doctoral candidates councils. First of all, I would like to introduce you on some bases. Our basis is in the law, in the act that was mentioned before, in the act of 20 July 2018, the law on higher education and science. I think the most important thing in Polish academic sector, in the Polish higher education, is the idea that all of the employees of our institutions, all of the doctoral candidates, all of the students forms one community. It's connected with the right to take a part in the vote in our universities. For example, the representatives of doctoral candidates, of students, are taking a part on the election for the rector of our universities. And you have to know, I think that Ignacy will tell you more about that in the next presentation. You have to know that all of the doctoral candidates, doctoral students in each university are forming a doctoral student council, which is some kind of organization that should represent the perspective of doctoral students and defend their rights in all of the universities. There is no time to introduce you to all of the law about that, but I only want to say about some most important things. For example, the doctoral student council have a right to agree the vice rector who works on the doctoral staff and the director of the doctoral school. I say again, it's not about the opinion of the doctoral student council, it's about the agreement. So we have to agree on the person who will be the vice rector for our things and who will be the director of the doctoral school. Representatives of Doctoral Student Council form the Polish National Association of Doctoral Candidates, the organization which represent our doctoral community, doctoral candidates community on the national forum. We got some laws, and the most important law, or maybe I should say most important right, is to make an opinion and suggest some proposals on the legislation process. For example, KRD, so this our association was taking a part in discussion on the law of higher education in 2018, and now when it's being modified, we are still in the discussion. What are our activities in practice? First of all, like I said, it is about the giving opinions on legislation, but also for giving proposals. We are cooperating with the country's authorities. It's not only about the Ministry of Higher Education, but also we are cooperating with other ministries. For example, when we are working on some social insurance things or public communication and other stuff which is connected with our rights. What is very important, we've got a PhD candidate ombudsman. It's some kind of the right defender, so it's a person with who you can talk when you've got any troubles with your education process in Poland. But of course, first of all, I would like to suggest that if you got any troubles with your education, with your doctoral candidating, you should first of all contact with your doctoral candidate council. We are some kind of forum for exchanging our experiences and good practices, so we are meeting a few times a year on the conferences. We are doing some projects. The one project I will like to introduce you in the next part of this presentation. And we are making some competitions. For example, next month we will give some awards to our colleagues which are most active in our society. We are trying to support the doctoral student counseling, so give them the knowledge and the good practices. We are exchanging them and making some trainings and workshops. Of course, we are integrating our community, and you should know that there is more organization than only the KRD, but the KRD is functioning on the basis of the law, but there are also other societies, for example, the Association of Doctoral Candidates of Universities of Technology, which are working in sectoral things. You can, of course, join us. We are trying to make our organization more open for the people from other countries. You should know the contact, you should write the contact to Aleksandra Lewandowska, which is our representative for international cooperation. From the University of Białystok, you've got her email too. And I think there is a good chance to join us in the nearest days. We are making the project Enabled in Science. It's the project that, in which we are trying to make our colleagues taking a part in our education system, and it's of course for the people from other countries. We will make some meetings, some online meetings. You've got the dates here, and you can register to those meetings. It will be some kind of online courses in which we will try to answer your questions, maybe suggest some good practices that will help you when you will be educating here in Poland. You can scan this QR if you want, of course. If you got any questions, of course, I will like to answer them. And if they will be, after our meeting, you can contact us, you can contact Aleksandra, like I said, or me, by this email address. Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be here, and I hope you will have a great time, not only today, but all the years that you will spend on your doctoral studies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michał, for this in-depth presentation. And now I will try to build upon this presentation. I'm going to speak a little bit on our self-government. We'll just have to wait for a presentation. Okay, so Gdańsk University of Technology, doctoral student self-government. Who are we exactly? Actually, all of you are part of self-government. Every PhD candidate at Gdańsk Tech is a member of a doctoral student self-government. So we have all system PhD candidates, that's almost 180 people. We have 330 doctoral students of doctoral school, and we have also 70 industrial doctoral school students. That's almost 600 people, guys. That's a lot. And we are being heard on the university. So among us, we are choosing representatives. The representatives are sitting at the council, and the council is chosen during the election process. And currently we have 14 members of that council. What are our statutory activities? So first of all, we are representing the interests of all doctoral candidates. We are defending the rights of doctoral students. We are taking care of quality of doctoral students' education. We are supporting the scientific activity of our doctoral students. We are influencing on the conditions for functioning of doctoral students at the university and the higher education and science system. And we are taking care of integration of our community, of course. Our structure is quite simple. There's a chairman who's the executive body. There is a doctoral Student Self-Government Council, which is this decisive body, and there is Audit and Electoral Committee, which is a controlling body. Additionally, we've established a few other functions, such as Deputy Chairman, Treasurer, and a few other committees. And now I would like to introduce you to those committees. So first we have a cultural events and integration committee. A coordinator for this committee is Damian Koszelov, and his job is to select and organize cultural events, outgoings, and also organizing integration meetings. Next we have Vipin Kumar-Oat and Jakub Baczyński-Keller. They are coordinators of orientation and welcoming committee. Actually, initially, the whole PhD Open was idea of this committee, but it grew and grew and grew, so we had to employ some more people, but it was them who decided to go through with it. And their job is preparation of PhD students' guide. They are working on such guide. They are also working closely with doctoral school office on refreshment of doctoral school website, which was giving us some troubles before, but we are working to fix that. Also, we are working on simplification of all the procedures in order to ease your life, yeah? And also, we are the committee is working on integration of our community. Next, we have coordinators of sport and activities committee. Those guys, they have been working very, very hard for you this year. They've cut a deal with Benefit Multisport company, which is giving those cards for you to enter almost every gym there is, and also some other sport activities you can participate as well. We are working on regulations right now. We will be co-funding 75% of the cost of such card. Also, Jeanette, Michał, and Rangel were facilitating participation of our PhD students in sporting events such as Run Gdańsk or Wings for Life. And also, their job was to define the preferred sports, and hence they did that. We knew that benefit was the best action for you. Next, we have Helena. Helena is a coordinator of Competence Improvement Committee. Helena is working in order to improve quality of our education. She is recognizing the issues with soft skills, and she's currently working on new proposal of the soft skills. She's also trying to introduce some courses about new teaching techniques and language courses as well. So yeah, that's Helena. And we have Paulina, very hardworking bee. She actually is a coordinator of Scientific Events Funding Committee. You've sent us almost 70 questions around about co-funding, and we founded almost each and every one. We've spent 85,000 zlotys from our money, from self-government's money, to co-found your conferences. And Paulina is taking care of all of it. I know sometimes you've been waiting a little bit too long, but please remember there is only one person behind that, all those forms. Someone has to read them and evaluate them first, okay? Then we have Maciej. Maciej is former chairman and trusted counselor. He has been working on new improved events co-funding bylaws, and also we've been working together on new self-government bylaws, which we are going to introduce in 1 week time, tops. Then we have Adam. Adam is our treasurer. He's keeping all the money tight. He's writing financial estimates. He's preparing financial statements. He's preparing and updating the budget. He's keeping a record of our expenses. That's lots of work. We've managed to acquire a budget of 225,000 zloty this year, and we are planning on spending it all for you, not for us, for you. Then we have Martyna. Martyna is my deputy, and also she's a coordinator of social media committee. She's managing our social media account. She's informing a member of our community about current affairs. She's dealing with the promotion and moderation of our self-government website. Also, huge workload, and there is me. I'm the chairman of the Doctoral Students' Council, and my main job is coordination of all the committees' work. So I'm basically part of each and every committee. I'm dealing with all the guys. We are working constantly on improving your quality of life. Also, we are working on defendance of the rights, your rights. There are some cases which are ambiguous, and we are taking care for you in order you feel safe at the university. Then I am representing our self-government in the intercollegiate arena. I'm dealing with communication with the university authorities and the doctoral school, and also I'm identifying new development paths, and I have to convey council meetings. We are meeting once per month on the first Friday in each month. And to sum up our actions, we had a first Christmas integration of our doctoral school students, and we had over 130 participants. We've organized a few outings, such as film music concerts, Zimmer versus Williams. We had the integration of the doctoral, we held a integration of the doctoral students' self-government council. And we've organized an outing to an end of artistic season at the Baltic Philharmonic, and now we are doing PhD Open, of course. What are our actions? So we are working in cooperation with the doctoral school, obviously. We are actively participating in the recruitment process. We are just there, watching, and we are checking if everything's going right way. We are supporting conferences organized by PhD students. This year we've given 15,000 zloty to Implanty and Jakoś altogether. So if you are organizing a conference, or you are planning on organizing conference and you are looking for funds, you can come to us and ask for funding. We organized a course on how to write a scientific manuscript. We've implemented a program for scientific events funding. Also, we are cooperating with our rector, and we've participated in ACEEU and HR4R evaluation meetings. Also, we had some meetings with our government, and Vipin and Rangel were part of it. Not only them, but I can only see them here. And we are maintaining cooperation with all the self-governments here in the Free City. You can see Sebastian Barczak here. He's chairman of the council of University of Gdańsk. We've invited Szymon, who's a member of the board of the council at Gdańsk Medical University, but sadly he's an anesthesiologist and he was on the duty today, so sorry he couldn't come. We are representing our interests in intercollegiate area. We are working closely with Michał. So, Polish National Association of Doctoral Students, Krajowa Reprezentacja Doktorantów in Polish. We are closely working with Kamil from Association of Doctoral Students of Technical Universities, Porozumienie Doktorantów Uczelni Technicznych. We are there, we are going, we are traveling around the Poland just to get the best for you. And now, what are our planned actions? We are planning on refreshment of doctoral school website and simplification of the formal procedures. And also, we are working on optimization of educational offer. We are preparing the doctoral students guides, what I've mentioned before. We are introducing a multi-sport passes, also mentioned before. We are reorganizing soft skills and renovating the PhD students, doctoral students office. We have an office and it's always open for you, and we are renovating it right now. Also, we are planning on introduction of the bowling league and on organization of Christmas integration as in the previous year. But first, we are organizing elections. And the election is going to take part on 24th of October. But until 18th of October, you can submit your application in order to join the council and fight for goods, for the better tomorrow for all of us, yes? We've modified our statutory, our bylaws, yeah? So now every discipline is going to be represented. Before that, we were merging disciplines. Now each and every discipline is represented, and also old system is getting representatives, and also industrial doctoral school is getting representatives. So if you have any questions, there is a QR code directing you to a Google Forms in which you could read about our actions, and you could submit to one of our committees. Yeah, and thank you. That's all from me as a part of the presentation. Are there any questions? Yes?
I have a question about sport. Yes, are there sections for sailing or swimming or whatever in doctoral school, for example?
Are you asking if the sections are available for the PhD candidate? It depends probably on the regulations of the sections. You should reach them in order to get to know better. But we could ask for you if you want to. Just send us an email.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Did I convince anyone to at least think of joining our council? And, oh, Michał, yeah, I know, thank you. Okay, guys, so now there is going to be a lunch. But first, before we go to the lunch, I would like to ask you to come down here to join me for a group photo, okay? Can we do that? Don't be shy, come on. Two amazing discussion panels, very interesting guests. You'll get to know people who have their PhD diplomas and they chose different career paths, yes? So quite interesting in my opinion. So make sure you come back here. But before that, I would like to ask everyone if there are people who didn't submit the notifications from NAVA, those little cards that you were supposed to fill in. If so, I would like to give you those cards right now, okay? Because we really need those signatures. Okay.
Pleasant afternoon to everyone. As Ignacio said, the next part of our panel is called the PhD and Career Discussion Panel. And for this part of the event, we have prepared for you experts and heavyweights from 4 different sectors, from industry, from the academe, we have from entrepreneurship, and from the government. And this is one part of the event where we have gathered experts. And please, while we are discussing, please prepare your questions as to what you will want to ask them to guide you for your future. These 4 different sectors represent the 4 general sectors which we are going to pursue in after our PhD. So without further ado, I will introduce and call out our panel members. Our first panelist obtained her PhD in chemical technology in 2018 in the Gdańsk University of Technology. She started as an assistant for 8 months, then became an assistant professor at the Department of Process Engineering and Chemical Technology from 2019 until present. She has been a project leader and a contractor of several research grants, which includes Sonata NCN program, Research University Excellence Initiative, EDUB program, and the Miniatura NCN program. She is an author and co-author of over 53 scientific publications on deep eutectic solvents, green solvents, gas chromatography, biogas purification, and absorption. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Dr. Engineer Patricia Makos-Czostowska. Our next panelists have been working in the Gdańsk University of Technology and in the Karlsruhe University in Germany for 19 years. He then came back to Poland in 1990 and started his employment in Keller Polska, one of the biggest geotechnical group where he worked for 23 years and counting on different positions. Now he is working in Keller Polska as a board representative and an attorney. In addition, he is also the chair of the Gdańsk University of Technology Alumni Association since 2021. Please help me welcome Dr. Jerzy Świnianski. Our next panelist obtained his PhD in teleinformatics at the Gdańsk University of Technology and has authored and co-authored several publications in the field of telecommunications and innovation. In 2013 to 2017, he headed the IT department in an energy company, and in 2008 and 2013, he was an IT manager and a project manager in the banking sector. Since 2017 until present, he is the CEO of Inocrea, a company that creates dedicated IT solutions, mobile web applications, back-end systems, and a wide portfolio of IT solutions and implementations for the industry in both software and hardware. Please help me welcome Dr. Tomasz Klejbor. And last but not the least, our panelist since 2014 is the Vice President of the Gdynia for Quality Life. He is a political scientist, an academic lecturer, and expert in smart city issues. He is a resident of Gdynia by birth. He was closely involved in the city's life from an early age, and he finished political science at the University of Gdańsk, an MBA studies in Gdańsk, and obtained his PhD in political science and administration at the University of Gdańsk, working on the idea of smart city in urban development policy. He is a two-time councillor of the city of Gdynia and served as the head of the organizational staff of the Red Bull Air Race Gdynia World Championship and the Polish Feature Film Festival. He led the creation of one of the most extensive urban data resources in Poland and established the first position of Chief Data Officer, the President's representative for open data, in the country. In 2015, he also introduced the first cyberbullying prevention program in schools in the country. And on a daily basis, he is a supporter of active leisure time and a triathlete. He is happily married and a father of 3 daughters. Please help me welcome Dr. Bartosz Bartoszewics. I am inviting the members of the panel to go up front on stage with me as we will have a discussion on this career. And while we are discussing, I encourage everyone in the audience to formulate your questions. If you have very important questions, this is one very rare opportunity where we have experts from different sectors. So, I will be throwing 5 questions to the panel members. Please listen attentively and absorb whatever you can. So the first question for this panel is, or rather a task, is walk us through your career path, highlighting significant milestones and considerations that led to your biggest career decisions and success. And whoever wants to go first can answer first. Jerzy?
Okay, I can start, but can you say again the question, please? Only about the task, or?
The task is to walk us through your career path, highlighting significant milestones and the considerations that led to your biggest career decisions.
Okay, so I have to start with the primary school. When I was probably, I don't know, 12 years old, I decided I want to work for the local government. That was the time when I decided I want to work for the city. Then there were a few moments when I had to make decision to do it, and I became a city councillor. That was another step. And then actually when I was seriously thinking, because I was running my own business, and that was my own company, I started to work for different companies around the world. I was close to decide to leave the city and do something else. I had a conversation with the current mayor of the city, and he asked me if I like to become a deputy mayor, and actually that's the beginning of my new role, my new job and the new duties. It was in 2012. I had to wait for around 2 years because I had to learn a new stuff and new things, and after those 2 years I became a deputy mayor. And after a few years, actually this is excellent job. I really like to do it because it's like every single day you don't know what to expect. And I was even saying that yesterday I was really close to cancel this meeting today because we had a very serious fire in one of the buildings in Gdynia. And actually you never know when you're going to your job what you're going to expect on the day. So I think that milestones were those decisions according to my job. It started when I was 12 years old. I already knew what I want to do. Then every few years something happened, and right now I think we're also in very, very important place, and there is a possible milestone which is going to happen on Sunday because we have an elections in Poland. And these elections from the point of view of the local governments are really, really important. So we're waiting for the results because that's actually a question about the future of the cities in Poland.
Thank you for that, Dr. Bartosz. The others?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Well, I admire my colleague because he knew already, being 12 years old, what he wanted to do. It is exceptional, I would say. So, I would say no. Working in a university, studying in a university, in faculty for hydroengineering was important issue. And after that, we got a possibility to continue. It was a long ago, so we've been working as assistants, and then it was automatically possibility to continue our research. As it is civil engineering, also geotechnical engineering, it was strictly connected with the practice. No? So it was that moment that I started because it was good environment and having it. The notes were not so bad, you know, and the prolongation of the study time was also nice at that moment. So I think it was, but of course it is not so that I planned it so early in the past. No, not. Okay, thank you.
Doctor, I understand that you also worked extensively in the industry, and you first worked in the academe, in the university. What triggered you to make this decision to make the shift from academe into the industry?
Oh, well, it was really a long time because I've been working together 19 years in Poland and Germany, being on the fellowship also. And after coming back, I got a proposal, interesting proposal in my field. So it means that in geotechnical engineering, so I could continue, let's say, this adventure also in the industry. And of course, it was a difficult decision, but I just been discussing with my older colleagues, with my professor. I had a great honor to work with Professor Dębicki, with Professor Mazurkiewicz. They were rectors of our university, and most of them told me, hey, colleague, no? We had such possibility in the past, but we didn't make a right decision. So I made this decision, and it was funny because the creation of really new quality of our business, geotechnical business in Poland, not only there was another professor, so we were really good guys prepared in technical university to start this business under, let's say, world cooperation, which was good enough, and we were with the years one of the best in the world. No?
Thank you for that, Dr. Jerzy. How about you, Dr. Patricia?
So good afternoon, and at the beginning I would like to thank you for having me. And so I also didn't decide about my future, about my current career when I was 12 as my previous prelegent. However, I decided maybe I should start from scratch. So at the high school I was also I think that I was rather average student, and I really didn't think about research, this scientific world, and this is research career. And so that, of course, really seriously, because when I was in high school, I rather think that, I don't know, we have some scientists, maybe only in the US, and I knew only Polish scientists, only Maria Curie-Skłodowska. So yeah, so that's, I really started to think about a PhD career after some internships during my studies, because I try in each, like my holiday, something new job to find my way. And after about 2 internships, I decided that typical 9-to-5 job is completely not for me, and this is like too boring for me, that I need something bigger, some more challenges in my life. And at the last year of my studies, I also received a good offer from my supervisor. He offered me to join to the project and also to start, of course, the PhD studies. And to be honest, the beginning of my PhD studies, they were, of course, amazing because I could really develop myself and I really learned something every day. So, of course, after a few months, it started to really overload me. But I think every PhD student can really relate that PhD studies rather looks like a bumpy road than the straight way. But yeah, but I accomplished all of the experiments for my PhD thesis within 3 years. And at the last year, I have this 1 year that I could decide what next. And I only carried out research that I really invent. So then I really recognized that when I am responsible for the experiment from the scratch to the end of this experiment to the publish the manuscript, so this is something really amazing. So then I decided that I could continue this work in the future. And of course, when I defended my thesis, so I didn't receive this position that I really wanted to. And I started work in one of the research grant, but I also wasn't really satisfied because the project wasn't really challenging for me, and also I wasn't satisfied because of the gratification, of course. And I gave to myself 1 year to decide what next. And after about 6 months, I received a normal position that I really wanted to. And yeah, and I could start this normal work. Of course, I received normal salary, so then I was really satisfied. But that was always something that I suffered for. And that was like a lack of this financial independency, because I didn't have any money for the research, and in each time if I have to do something, I have to ask my supervisor to buy some reagents or other stuff. So that's why I decided to apply it for the research grant. But at the beginning, of course, I didn't know how to do this, and I applied for almost all of the research grants that I could. And guess what? I didn't receive anyone. And yeah, and that was really hard for me, but I also had a great supervisor who really pushed me. And yeah, and I tried again, and once again. And I had this moment in my research career that within 2 months, I received 2 my own grants and 1 other grant that I applied with my friend. And yeah, and I think that was the moment when I really believed that I can do this, and this is a good way for me, because of course I had money for the research. I could hire other people who could work for me. So yeah, and all of the published papers and other research grants, that was rather like natural consequences of
All right,
this
Dr.
moment.
Patricia. Thank you very much. That's really informative. I'm pretty sure you probably already have an idea of your next step after hearing from Dr. Patricia. We want to hear from Dr. Tomasz?
Correct. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. one answer could be found in quantum mechanics, that the world wave function broken in a proper positions and brought me here. But more basic answer could be that during my high school I wanted to study on Gdańsk University of Technology. That was one of my dreams, to be honest. And I think that was the most important decision in my life, to start studying here at that university. During studies, I took another quite important decision. I decided to fully give my heart to students' parliament. I was involved in many different organizational events. I was chairman of students' parliament during 1 year, and I was organizing many different events for students. That was the second important decision. That taught me a lot how to do business later. Third great decision, I think, was to start my PhD thesis. I was not really pleased what I did for my master thesis, and I wanted to do something better. So my PhD thesis was I think, better than my master thesis. Fourth decision, or third, was that I should start my company. That feeling that I'm entrepreneur was growing with me since my childhood. So it was not strict decision in one specific moment, but I tried many times. I failed at least 2 companies. I tried different businesses, and the third or fourth was successful. So those were the key milestones.
Thank you for that, Dr.
Can I
Tomasz?
clarify one thing? Because I just to let you know, when I was 12 years old, I didn't know what I'm going to do, and I didn't know what kind of job I'm going to do, but I knew I wanted to study political science, and I knew that I want to work for the cities. And that's important. Just during the studies, there is no chance to apply for the job of deputy mayor. I never wanted to be a deputy mayor, it just happened. But in fact, if you do stuff for the cities, you're getting to know more and more people. That's why it finished like that. And I think PhD was really, really important part of it, because I'm still feeling young. I have a feeling there is a lot of things I can do in my life. So it's another step, and I think it's also a milestone.
Thank you for that, Dr. Bartosz. I guess it really started with the love for the people, right, and being integrated into the community from your childhood. Okay, we're gonna ask the second question, which is, did you have a 3, 5, or 10-year plan as a guide to your career path? How did you manage? Maybe we'll start from the other side.
To be honest, I didn't have a specific plan for my life. I must admit that I had, and I still have, one target goal or key driver for my life. It's the answer to a question: what will make me happy? And that's it. Simple as that. And doing business, creating new concepts, ideas, and making them alive is what makes me happy. Simple as that.
That was deep. Dr. Patricia?
So, of course, I also didn't have any specific plan. I only knew that I had to accomplish my PhD studies within this 4 years, because I knew that university could pay me only for 4 years. So that was obvious for me that I have to defend my thesis within this 4 years. So that was my frame. And to be honest, further, so I didn't have any specific plan.
Yes, Dr. Jerzy?
Yes, we discussed this question a little bit before we started, and we came to the conclusion that it was difficult to make such a long plan. So we had a milestone like normally: master thesis, then PhD, to be in time, because I was an assistant, we had many research, projects, expertises to do. Then it was already family, marriage, children. It went earlier than now, I would say. So it's difficult to say that now maybe I have plans, but I wanted to be simply good in those things which were done. I also want to admit that I also was active during the study in a student association, also was as Tomasz. It helped me very much later. This activity gave me also some soft skills, which all over later on in this management career and in the industry was really very helpful.
I refer to the longest taken scientific research. I don't know if you heard about it. It takes in Harvard. It's about what makes us happy. Have you ever heard about it? I think they've started in 20s, the past century, and at the beginning it was only about men who were studying, and they've been asking every single year the same amount of people and the same people, what makes you happy? And they've been doing it for the almost 100 of years right now. Of course, they added women on one of the stage, then the families, and after many, many years, they found out that on different part of our life, something else is important for us. When we are young, it's really important to have a lot of money, to have a good job, then we're thinking about the family. It's changing, but what's the most important, and we can sum it up after 100 years, the most important in our life are relations. And I think this is something that we came to during the life, that it's really, really important to have a balance in our life, to have a time to spend with family, with kids, with friends. And they found out that actually if we have good relations, if we have a good quality of relations, we are healthier and we live longer and we are happier. And this is really important when we make plans, thinking about next 3, 5, 10 years, that we think about relations and think about the solution. Was just my colleague said about it, just to be happy, to find something what makes us happy. And actually in our life, there are many moments when we have to plan something, and PhD is actually an example of it, because you can't do it in 1 year. You just have to plan it. In my case, it took me exactly 13 years. I remember the first meeting, which was on the 10th of April 2012. It's a special date for all Poles, because there was a date of accident of a Polish flight, and a lot of Poles died in the accident. I remember that there was the first meeting with a professor on the way back to home. I found out about this accident, and I remember the date. Another 6 years, I was thinking about PhD, but then for the 3 years, you have to plan everything, like what you're going to do on the first, at the beginning, then every step you have to plan to finish it, because it's very big project. So you have to think about the future, but I think currently thinking about what's going to be in 10 years' time might be a little bit wild.
Thank you, panel members. That was really very insightful. I'm pretty sure we are also at the stage of our lives where we are finding meaning and we want to know what we want to pursue. And this is a really important question to consider. What makes us happy? And the plan is just the plan, the paper, and be prepared for possible changes of the plan. So what are the 3 most important habits that you would consider are key to your success?
Well, it depends if we're talking about the private life or the whole life and everything. You mean about everything?
Yes.
I would start with what I just said about relations. But I think it's the most important, relations, who you spend time with, and just to have this time for the balance. But I think about the job, if you talk about the job, there are 3 very important things. We can start with the tasks you have to do, if you like it or not. Secondly is the salary you get, because in the end you have to bring food to your family, so the salary is important. And on the third place, there is your manager, someone who is in charge of you, so who you work with, whom the biggest amount of time. If you have a normal person to work with, it's really, really important. So these are the most 3 important things.
Thank you for that, Dr. Varash. And Dr. Jerzy?
It's not an easy question. I think you have to have a passion, and you do try to be really good in this thing, what you're doing. So you have to be specialist in this field. I would say having today, but also before, doctor thesis and some experience is a necessary conditions, but not enough, not insufficient in your success. So that is important. Second point is, after a few years, you should let's say, to decide what is your future, what makes you happy. I mean, going into the, let's say, management or going into more fundamental, to be a specialist depending on your character or your attitude. Maybe it's time after making study to know this. No? I would recommend also to make an experience, you know, experience depending on the field in which you are doing your PhD thesis. No? Is it more applications? It is more fundamental. Chemists, you make quick career. We made many years ago, a little bit longer, our doctor thesis. We didn't have the support of schools, doctor schools. So please use this possibility, these courses. As I tell you that nowadays, when I was just doing, one important truth, maybe not so nice, but was first success is to know that 50% it is just to realize that the success is depending mostly, more than 50% on your effort. Don't expect too much support from the others, from professor and so on. I mean, it was at least in my case. Now it should be much better, as I know, because you have regular schools and so on. But I think it's also more or less probably important. No? Please rely on your talent, on your skills, and professional is important, but not pedantism. No? Pedantism is very dangerous, at least in the business.
Thank you for that, Dr. Yerzi. Dr. Patricia?
So, of course, I agree with my previous prelegent. However, I think that really important in the scientific world is to have this daily to-do list and check all of the accomplished activities. And I always prepare like my daily to-do list and weekly to-do list, and I always put it in the visible place to always remember what I have to accomplish today. And what next? The next thing is that it's to have some hobbies, not only focus on the work, because you can easily burn out if you only focus on your work. So I really recommend you to have something other. So, for example, I really love run, so it's really helped me to cool down or even rethink every really hard situation for me. So, yeah, so that I think that they are my habits.
Wow. Dr. Tomasz?
Yes. So it's tough question, and it's hard to answer in a simple way, because we all are different, and we have 4 different career paths presented, and everyone is different. So for each of us, there are different sets of potential habits or skills which will be helping during our career or the target goal which we would like to achieve. So I will mention only about patience and persistence, because that's, I think, for me, the most important items, because if you are not persistent in what you are doing, you will lose faith and you will lost the track. PhD thesis needs to be fully booked with persistence and perseverance. That's my opinion. Secondly, I will agree with my colleague that a kind of achiever mentality or type of personality is helping. So the to-do list and planning shortly, in short time period, not necessarily long time period, is helping to achieve the goals, and is supporting the persistence and perseverance. There are many other items like lifelong learning, prioritization, and many others. but I believe that everybody from you should find his, her own habits.
Wow, that's really educational. I think that I've learned the family, the patience and persistence, the to-do list, the hobbies are also a contributor to your success, and a believer of hard work. I'm also this kind of person, and if it resonates with you, continue, please continue. And next question is, do you have, but Dr. Patricia already answered, but you can further elaborate, do you have hobbies that you would consider as helpful to your career success? And Dr. Tomasz?
Another hard question, because hobbies might have two different applications. They might relax you or support your work, so it depends also on personality. But in my case, I think I'm playing chess. I like playing chess, and I think in general chess playing is supporting my career, because there is strategic thinking, decision making, planning, tactics, etc. So to some extent, yes. So I would recommend chess playing as a nice hobby.
Chess, guys. Next, Dr. Patricia.
So as I mentioned, so one of my hobbies is of course running. The second one is traveling. I really love it, and as we talked before about your countries, so that I really wanted to visit. And the next, my hobbies is sketching, and this is like a hobby that really give me this like a time only for me, and I sometimes really can let go something that it's maybe really not important, but I'm really to focus on something.
Thank you. Dr. Jerzy?
Yeah, it's not an easy question, you know. I think it's difficult. I would say hobby. Maybe at the early career, the work was a hobby. Really devoted too much time even for that. Sometimes, let's say, creating and violating the work balance life with the family. That's one thing. Second would be the nature. I mean, the contact with nature. It's important more and more with years. You know, some bike, a little bit skiing, such things. Without, of course, a sport level, but generally to have it. That's important. But also very important, which helped me to get it, and now it's still using, it is that I was from the childhood also active. Scouts, you know, there was something like scouting, you know, for activity in high school, primary school, and also as a student time. So now there is a great sentiment by us, and by Tomasz, by me also, coming back to university after, let's say, for me, 20 years, you know, to tell you something about my experience, and to be active also, because there are some needs, internal need to be active for other people, you know, to help, to share our experience and so on. So maybe such.
Thank you for that, Dr. Jerzy. Dr. Bartosz?
Well, from the beginning, when I grow up, I really love to travel, and I think this is a great opportunity to see how big differences we have between cities, between places around the world, and that's what I did for many, many years. A few years ago, around 8 years ago, I started to train triathlon. That was the introduction when you said about the panelist. It was that I'm a triathlonist. I used to be a triathlonist, because actually if you're a triathlonist, you need to have around 5 up to 8 trainings per week. And for the last 7 years, I have a triathlon, and every one of the 3 disciplines is called by the name of my daughters, because that's actually the time you have to spend. You have to choose if you want to be a triathlonist, if you want to do something else, if you want to be with the family. And I think that this part of time of growing, when the kids are growing, is really, really important to spend as much time as we can with kids. So the third discipline is called by the name of my first daughter, the middle one, and the third one. So this is my I don't want to say this is my hobby, of course. This is my duty and pleasure I have. But what I'm trying to do, and I think is really, really important, you need to have a hobby which helps you to cut off, just to start thinking about something else. And this is swimming for me. A few times per week, I'm trying to go in the evening to swimming pool. And after a few distances, you just stop thinking, and you're just swimming from side to side. And I think it's kind of, I would say, maybe yoga, maybe that you can just leave, you can let your brain just rest a little bit. And this is something what I'm doing.
Thank you for that, members of the panel. I actually heard somewhere in a scientific documentary that jogging and facing an empty wall will give you plenty of very creative ideas. But you have to find a source for that and thank me later. So, we have a question, a last question, but I would also encourage you to ask questions to the members of our panel, very specific questions to which field you are interested in. But this is the last question from me. What is your advice to the PhD students and researchers of today? Starting from Dr. Bartosz.
In the end, we have the worst challenge because we have to start first and we don't have time to think about a little bit more maybe wisely. I would start with making decision about PhD. First of all, if you really need it and if you really want to have it. I think this is a answer you need to find what do you need it for. If it's a challenge for you, if it's from the scientific reason, is it worth for your job and for your whole life? Because in fact, if you are doing PhD, you need to spend a lot of hours by doing some researches, by writing, meeting with people, making discussion. It's a very long process. It takes a lot of hours. And if you decide that it's worth doing it because there is a reason, I think you have to do it. And you have to prepare for it and finish. And there are a lot of moments when I'm really happy about it that I went through this process, but it was not an easy process. And that will be the first advice. And if you decide to do so, I think the second one is just think what makes you, maybe I don't want to say what makes you happy, but what you will enjoy. Because it's in fact many, many hours of reading different, some reports and studying. I think it depends what you're a specialist in. But you're going to spend a lot of time by doing it. So it's important just choose something that is really exciting for you, so you will spend a great time, exchange some knowledge with someone else, but of course get a new knowledge for you and for your perspective.
Thank you for that, Dr. Bartosz.
It's not so easy. In my time, all of us were poor, more or less, but similarly poor. So we worked, I mean, it was not so important. Now the world is more commercialized and your life is not so easy, so you have just to invest. I mean, your study and is investment in the future. But it was also in our case that you couldn't expect now and very quickly, profits, money and so on. But it is probably also all over the world similarly. When you are studying, you focus on that. But you have to think about it, what you want to do. And if you would like to go into the, let's say, industry to business, you have also to create relations, to be also active, to get some social skills, some soft skills. It's important to know if it is your path. If not, maybe scientific, if you have qualifications, for making fundamental research. And the second important point is, I mean, I'm a little bit older than you, also my children are older than you. So I would say, if there is a possibility to make an important decision, you shouldn't be afraid of it. You should risk sometimes, because it may happen that at a late, when it's too late, and you didn't make the right decision, and you didn't try things, it will be too late. Second point, you should be optimistic, and try again, what Thomas told, third or fourth film. You can train optimism in some practical way how to solve the problem. If you fail one, there's window, there are doors, so you can different ways to achieve your dreams, to make a progress, to development and so on. So please focus now on it, but it is your own path depending on your character and on your skills.
Thank you for that, Dr. Ezi.
So first of all, I really advise you to be persistent, and I think the perseverance is a goal of success in science. And in general, I think there are no shortcuts in science, so you have to put a lot of effort to accomplish your PhD thesis and to publish a lot of papers if you really wanted to stay at the university and continue your career in science. And what else? I think you can't easily give up, because as you heard that everyone from us failed many times. So you can't really easily give up. You have to try again, and once again. And what else I can really advise you to of course take a risk, as you mentioned, because it's really important to live this our I don't know, stable life sometimes and try something completely new. And what I can also advise you to, I don't know, to do everything only that you really love.
That was really nice and informative.
My recommendation would be that you shouldn't force yourself to anything. You should choose wisely. PhD thesis will open many doors for you, but also will close some doors for you, because you will be overqualified for many people. However, the open doors will be, or might be, very fruitful for you. And from my experience, I think it was a good decision, and it opened me a lot of doors and learned me a lot. So I recommend you to continue.
Thank you, members of the panel. So that was persistence, that was hard work, that was being multidimensional, not just being a specialist in one field, but also maybe some entrepreneurship and social skills. And really, thank you very much for that. Any questions from the audience? Yes, there is a question above.
Thank you very much. That was very, I resonate a lot with you guys. And I was just thinking that we are result of experiences in our life in different fields, I think. It can be, for example, sport or artistic way or whatever. And I think that, I don't know if you agree, that we have to find something that we are good at. For example, something for us can be a dead end, and we have to realize that this is not our field, for example. And I want to ask if you feel the same, that we have specific predispositions and talents that we have to find, and not to be stubborn with something that we're not good at, just to feel, I don't know how to say in English, just to agree with the fact that we're maybe not good enough in some fields. And we have to find something that we're really good at, we have talents, and so on.
Yeah, from business perspective, I believe that there is no such thing as dead end. There is only a milestone in a way of finding the right way or right direction. So yeah, I mentioned that a few of my businesses were not too successful. To be fair, they failed. I wanted just to, for instance, I opened a bar near the sea, and I failed. It was not successful. But yeah, I did many mistakes, but that event did not stop me. So it was not dead end. It was just a beginning of a new way.
One more answer?
Well, Tomasz told later on that there is a step, this PhD, and you should treat it as a step, important step. And then having this qualification, that is a beginning of your further career. You should know which doors will be open and which door could be closed. If the door which you will find will be closed, you have to look another door, simply. Knowing your, let's say, power, knowing your positions, and be optimistic.
I think what is really, really important is also to be ready to do the changes in your life. I think this is something that you have to remember as well, because every step, every milestone is a path you're choosing. But you can change this path, but the problem is there are a few paths that you can't go back. And it's also important. That was what my colleague said, that you might have some doors open, but also close the other ones. So it's really important to be ready to do the changes as well. And actually, if you change your decision, if you decide that you want to do something else in your life, there's still a chance, but the chances, there are a lot of less of chances that used to be in the past. It's also true.
Any other questions from the audience?
Okay. There is also another approach to this problem. Many people, especially when they have, let's say, 20 or even they are older, they're looking for what you mentioned, your talents, something, and so on and so on. It's too late. It's much too late. I think that we have some experiences from our life that many talented we have, or we had having this 20, 25 years, we developed when we were 5 years old, and we started to develop. So you have, or maybe it's too late now, yes, but if you, let's say, think about your maybe children in the future, think about that, how to help them to develop these different things. Because, for instance, if you would like to let's say, to start dancing when you are 30, it's too late, yes? If you would like, for instance, but if you would like to be good at technical sciences, you can teach your child when he or she is 5 mathematics. And in the age of 16, she or he will be very good at this mathematics, and it will open a lot of other doors. We don't actually, we lost this attitude, but in families before, there was awareness about that. How to teach children, because actually intellectual property and ability of our brain, mostly, the most investment should be done between years 5 to 8, maybe even 3 to 8. Most our later abilities to work, later it is like education, yes, but education is based on this actually kind of, I would say, skills you learned when somebody is a child. I think this is also a way we should think about, yes, because it's very difficult to become a completely different person when you are already educated after high school, having 20. You can change job, but not many to your really talents or skills.
And Dr. Makchek is really correct with that, because there's a scientific basis that by the age of, around the age of 5, it's the maximum learning potential, and we lose this learning potential by the time we age. So, backed by science. Any other questions from the audience?
Every one of you mentioned taking risks, so I would like to ask, because for many of us, I think, this partaking in taking on ourselves this new path of PhD and all of that has been some kind of leap of faith. So would you have any advice how to maybe ease the effort of making this first step into the unknown, to make these tough decisions with very limited knowledge of if we will persevere, if we will manage to just go into the unknown?
So I think you should really realize that everyone's scared, and everyone's scared to take some new decision, to choose new way or everything. So that's, there are, for example, like 5-second rules, and if you scare something, so you have to count to 5, and after that take your decision. So you can watch in the YouTube is the amazing podcast how to do this, and I really recommend you. And it really works. It works on me. So.
I might have some very short advice, but I think it worked all life with me. It doesn't matter if it was about PhD, sports, job. Think how you're going to feel in the end. It really helps because you can imagine how happy you will be with a success when you're done with it. And it really helps, and this is my advice.
One last question from the audience.
Thank you very much for this session. So I have a question. If you had a chance to give one piece of advice to a younger yourself, what would it be?
Advice to your younger self.
The hardest question, I believe.
I have in my family also some questions that they made wrong decisions. But I remember it is not so easy that if you decide now to be a PhD and then you cannot change you. We know the colleagues making PhD in geotechnical engineering and then devoting life for dancing, something like that. There are many happens because during the study also this time it gives you not only this knowledge, specific knowledge, some experience, relations, but also you will be more open-minded for the future. So please don't treat it such a serious as this first. Second point is you have to be open-minded later. And I see that it's really difficult to give you, from our point of view, any advice. But please don't hesitate to to try to risk also later in your career after making PhD. That is thing which you can have. And be optimistic. If you will work hard, will be open, it will work. Everything. Good attitude to the life.
I don't want to say it's a bad advice, but I think less about, maybe I'll say it in a different way. When I'm getting older, I'm thinking less how to talk with other people, so how they're going to feel, to say something bad in a very diplomatic way. It takes time, and when I'm getting older, I'm becoming to the idea that it's better to be straight. And even if I have a meeting with some of my colleagues or my employees, people I'm working with, I'm telling them, I will be straight, we don't have time to do the whole story. It looks to be like that, it should be like this, for example. And I think if I could go back when I was young, I would say just don't worry, do it, and say what you think, it will be easier.
Any other answer?
I have a question, actually, because very important is, we are talking about PhD studies, but I don't want to focus just on that part. And I would like to ask you a question. Who was the most important person on your career path to the success? Well, I don't know, maybe parents, maybe some members of family, maybe teachers, maybe supervisors, maybe some people making similar business. Who was that, let's say, person who was maybe not really guiding, but was a kind like a template or maybe advising? Who was that person?
Okay, I will make a group of three because I already know the answer. So I'll start. First of all, this is the person I'm working with very closely. This is the mayor of the city, Wojciech Szczurek, who is the mayor of the city of Gdańsk. I'm working with him many hours per week, and he's really a great person. He's challenging, he's telling stories. It's a wise person, someone I can learn from, and this is one of the persons. Secondly, that's my wife, because again, doing PhD is many hours of working. The question is if you have a support or not, because it's waking up in the middle of the night, it's doing it on the holidays. It's really important to have a support. And the third person is a professor from the university. And why him? Because when I called him after 7 years and I said, okay, maybe this is a time we can start talking about my PhD again. And he texted me back and he said, you have a meeting appointed next week on 2 p.m. with Professor that will be a person who will be in charge of your PhD. And that was a moment when I found out, okay, I can't go back right now. It's the beginning. So actually, he was this person who told me, you have a meeting, this is the time of your meeting, and there is just no way back right now. So you have to be on that meeting. And that was the beginning of a very long journey, and it ended successfully.
I'm a little bit older than all our panelists, so there were few persons, of course. First was just in my scout time, who just let me have that we have to be active. Second was worker of Technical University who told me, hey, guy, you should enter our faculty after that. The next, well, of course, were the professor scientists from the PhD time. There were not each one, of course, not necessarily the highest professors, but there were guys who helped us. No? And in the business, of course, there are also persons. There's one person, for example, who was also professor, is Professor Emeritus, who created a business in our branch. So he was so talented as an engineer, but also as a manager. No? And he created this level of the business. So a family, of course, I have a nice family. You know, I just 3 children, 7 grandchildren. So really, so we managed to do that. So it's possible. It depends on you later on.
In my life, there were many people who influenced me somehow. From the emotional part, my parents were and are supporting me always. And from the professional side, I should mention at least my teacher from primary school who engaged me in love in mathematics.
So in my case, so first of all, that was my supervisor who really inspired me in science. And of course my parents who always support me. They have no idea what am I doing here, but yeah, but they always support me. And the next person is of course my husband, who always have to, yeah, he had to support me, but I know it's sometimes really hard when I have bad days, so yeah, so I'm...
Thank you for that, members of the panel. And since we are running out of time, audience, please help me thank our members of the panel by doing your applause. So we would like to appreciate you and thank you in the form of our gifts from the Council of PhD Students of Polytechnica. Thank you very much. And we have a photo op. Thank you. Thank you very much, members of the panel.
And now, for the next part, I would like to ask Vipin upstage. Sorry, right? Okay.
Okay. So, hi everyone. Yeah. Just wait.
If you have an individual question, we are several minutes also here, so please don't hesitate. Come on.
Good luck. I would request students to stay because we are going to listen some interesting stories from some senior students. So, okay. So, let them finish. So, hi everyone. So we are going to listen some stories from some international and some national students from PhD, second year. So I would like to call Miss Veronica from Faculty of Architecture Engineering, second year student, and also Mr. Arsalan. He is from Pakistan and he is from second year as well from the Faculty of Electrical and Electronics Engineering. And I would like to ask Miss Jaslyn also from India to come over here. She is also second year student from Faculty of Chemistry. And also we have a student from Faculty of Civil and Environmental Engineering, Mr. Farooq, to come over here. He is also second year student. So I'll ask few questions from them, like they will be interesting, and there will be, I guess, no boring thing. So can you guys please come over here and we will start. Okay. You can take this mic. No, that's fine for me. Okay, so first of all, I would like to ask all of you, one by one, please introduce yourself and also tell us, like, how long you have been studying abroad, like from your own country to some other countries. So one by one, if you want to start first. Yeah, Farooq.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your invitation. I'm Farooq Janji from Pakistan. I'm doing PhD in chemistry, and I'm part of the chemistry as well as Faculty of Civil and Environmental Engineering. And I'm living here since 2 years. So I did my master from Pakistan. So I have only exposure of Poland. So it's quite wonderful experience.
Nice, nice. Can we hear from Miss Jaslyn?
Hi all, I'm Jaslyn Chervatojani. I'm from India. I'm doing my PhD at the Faculty of Chemistry. And today I'm finishing 1 year of reaching Poland. Or literally speaking, I have finished 1 year of my stay in a country other than India. So far, my experience is a mixture of happy and sad things, but it's a lot of things for me to learn, so I hope to learn more.
Okay. Maybe you can tell us more about your happy and sad experiences here, maybe? I guess.
Yeah, the first thing is like, it was a big shock that the culture is so different, the language is so different, and it was a bit difficult for adapting initially, but I think I was able to settle and adapt to those conditions a little over time, yeah.
Okay, super. And now we will ask Miss Veronica and then Ursula. Same question, please.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Veronica and I'm from Ukraine. I lived in Poland almost 8 years, so because I started here on my journey with architecture, and I finished my bachelor and master degree, and now I'm here. I'm studying a PhD. It's my second year, and I think it's all.
Okay, Ursula.
Hi guys, my name is Aslan. I'm from Pakistan, and I've been came to the Poland. This is my first international experience, and it is good going. And I've completed just my first year over here, and learning about the environment. It is good, but different from my region because it is much more cold. Yes.
Okay, good. So Farooq, I would like to ask you like another question. So what was the most challenging part and shocking experience of the process of settling in Poland, and how did you deal with that?
It's quite...
I know some interesting points you will tell, like some international students will hear, like relevant to your experiences. So yeah, please.
Yeah, I hail from the region, the temperature is average 45 and 50 centigrade. So when I came to the Gdańsk, really it was surprise for me. The temperature is minus 18, sometime minus 10. So really it was challenging moment for me. But now I'm used to, and I love this city.
And also tell us how did you feel when you came here and with the documents process and something like this? So was it easy? Was it difficult? And
it was quite hard for me because nobody was there to guide us, and there was no any English translations and about documents, especially about the legalization. So we reached to Pakistanis and they helped us, and so we finally did the same job.
okay, so guys, can you also answer the same question? If you want, otherwise we can move on. Yeah, please. So the question was, when you came here, what was the cultural shock or something like this, and how was your experience with the process of dealing to that shock or some changes?
Okay. As Farooq said, my country is India. It's like the temperature nearly is 30, 35. And regardless of the season, we have like 12 or 13 hours of daylight. And after coming here, initially I was shocked because I stepped into the first real winter of my life. And it was like, I understood that I should have taken my geography classes a bit more serious. Back when I was taught, I never believed those were true, but now I realize what geography actually means. And the other difference is like with language and culture. As an international student, I should admit, like, without understanding the language, it's a bit difficult to understand the culture of the place, which actually means a lot to interact with people. But like, I tried to take a Polish classes. It went quite well, but it was a bit difficult as Polish is not an easy language to learn, but I tried. And the overall experience was fine. And regarding the paperwork, when I joined, the welcome office was very active. I got a lot of help from welcome office regarding the paperwork. Though I will not say it was very easy to get through all the process, but still, since there was the welcome office, it was a great help.
Nice, super. So, Ms. Veronica, as you have 10 years of experience here, and you also did your master and bachelor's, so you can tell us, in detail, maybe some good experiences here?
Okay, maybe for me it was a little bit easier because I have these skills that I know Polish language, and maybe it was really easier to find myself in first day in Poland, yes. But I think it was also challenging because I was after my school, and it was first year of bachelor degree, and it was, I think, hard for every student to stay and study and to study in another country. But maybe the most challenging thing was to did a permitted resident, yes, because it is a long time to wait, so it's a really long journey for people who came here, and you have only to wait, so don't worry, everything will be good, but it's take a time.
Nice. So, Arslan, yeah.
Yeah, the first challenge was like to come from a different region to here, then to adjust over here, like adjust with the environment, with the friends, make new friends, and go through the documentation, and a lot of things were going in my mind, like adjusting from in the different area where you are meet with the good cold weather, so you have to be like arrange more things like over here and live like independent over here, like with the studying and everything, cooking, you have to learn a lot of things, so that's why it was challenging, but in earlier days it was a bit more difficult, but as time passes, it's much more easier to manage.
That's great. I guess the good thing is like you learned cooking, cooking biryani. So you can cook a very tasty biryani. And so now we are moving towards like scientific relevant questions. So first, anyone can answer this question. So how does diversity contribute to creativity and innovation in scientific research? So whoever wants to answer this question first, it's up to you.
I would say if you have a more international students, international collaborator, that will add your new innovations, new approaches, new industrial kind of collaboration. So that will open new doors for the research. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, I want to add like a few more things in that. Like if you have like a cultural diversity, like people from the different region coming into your lab, you will learn more about their language, how they deal with the problems, how they like their way to have learn new things, like how they will cope up with the problems. So it is good to have diversity with the different people from the different region.
Super. So can we also hear from two ladies students? Yeah.
Okay, for me, I would say like I can see more about like how different people work, how people from different countries try to tackle issues, solve them, how they systematically approach problems, and how systematically they complete their task assigned to them. I think working in a diverse lab can give you or help you develop in those aspects. Like you can take the good from them and grow for your own and for the benefit of research.
Nice. And last one. Yeah.
Okay, and I think our background and experience is very important, and if we can use it in our research, and if we speak about diversity, when people come from another country or they come from another region, they can have another point of view, and our background, it can create our way of our research, of course, and maybe also about diversity in research, about another disciplines and another fields. Yes, if we make interdisciplinary research, it makes our research better. So I think it is, yes, it is better for creativity and innovation, but maybe it is not a main point of goodness of our research, only a hard working.
Nice, nice. So I would like to listen some suggestions from you guys on how can research teams become more inclusive and like welcoming, like how can give some suggestions as you for like third year and second year students from PhD, so you know very well how to like.
Yeah, it will be much more better like if we add much more like from the international collaborations, those researchers which are doing a lot more great than you, then it will like enhance your experience, that how they reach up to that mark, then you are starting your career. So it will be much more like good for your profile, your PhD, and all for the institutions as well.
Okay. Who else wants to?
I wanted to extend the thoughts of Mr. Aslan. Yeah, if you believe in the research and the collaboration, then you should respect their norms, cultures, ethics, everything, and because
relevant.
Yeah, exactly. Because different people have their different perspective about different things, so you should be like that. So it's like if you are easygoing, then you can be the good leader of the team. So by doing this, you can develop your lab as well as whole academia, yeah, in the very broader sense.
So what platforms you can suggest like to new students, how they can like meet new people and get some chances for collaboration?
Yeah, it depends on the team, you know, its leader. This kind of programs that can, you know, boost the research as well as breaking of university. So arranging this type of programs in maybe in 1 month, maybe after 2 months, that would be great.
Nice. Maybe conferences as well, like international and national conferences.
Workshop as well as, yeah.
Okay, so someone from you guys want to answer this, something
I would
different?
like to agree to what Farooq has said. Like, it would be greater if people could meet more often. Like, I would also like to have some frequent discussions wherein like people can speak up more, and in that case they can share their ideas and be a bit more engaged with not only with the scientific community but also with the society. And I think that's it.
Yes, I agree, totally agree with that was previous said, and I only want to say that it is very important to work together in our disciplines. For example, in architecture we had some kind of initiatives that have to work like this, that we have to have a meeting, but it's not maybe working so properly, and we have some kind of discussion about our work and how it's going. So maybe really it is a good idea to share our opinion in our community of PhD students, not only like with our supervisor, to have another opinion about our work.
Nice, nice, nice. So the final question is like, so what differences you can see in the education system and the research system from your home country and here? Like what kind of differences you can observe being like senior students here? So yeah. Okay.
I would say here the teaching style and the research environment is quite better than us, because we some kind of, you know, there was a lot of exams, but here I learned a lot of good courses like soft skills about the research skills, research ethics. So I wanted to add more things that we should, you know, go through some digital courses like a role of artificial intelligence, role of deep learning in the different fields, like in chemistry, like in material science. That would be great. And we should more focus on some kind of, you know, the softwares that will enhance your experimental as well as your software skills, and that will, you know, increase the research productivity.
Good, good.
Yes, I want to add like a few more points. Like over here, it is much more opportunities from European Union, and they have a lot of funds. Like they are announcing different projects, like from NAVA or another opportunities are over here. So in my country, like they lack this part. So they don't have like funding for the all project to run or have some ideas to implement. Some ideas are like need some extra, budget to implement or to open the new lab. So this part was much more lagging over here, and it is good going over here. So it requires efforts.
I would agree to what Arsalan said. Like coming here, I understood that internationalization is not a myth. It happens, and it is happening quite well at the university. And unlike the universities that I have studied in India, I should say that the system is way more relaxed and student supportive, particularly when it's about PhD students. Like you are more free to work. Like you do not have to be, how do I say that?
Have to be at the institute all the time, like in the laboratory or
and you're more free, like you can choose the time of your work. And the only thing you should be focused on your work and be productive. And that it puts away a lot of pressure from students, and overall it's very good experience.
Nice, super. So final answer, please.
Okay, maybe because I studied in Poland, all my studies, I can only say, because I studied all my degrees in different universities, I can only add that very important it is to make it research interdisciplinary and to try to work with another disciplines, like I had in my first bachelor degree, that we have disciplines with civil engineering and architecture. It was a little bit mixed, so I think it was very useful to do project and research in two fields.
Nice, nice. So, Arslan, do you want to answer this question or just fine? Okay, so I would like to add something like if you are studying here, so you can still have a lot of opportunities to travel other countries. Like it's not that much difficult, not that much full of pressure. So just focus on your task, complete them, and during the holidays, go for the travel. So if anybody have any questions, so yeah.
Thank you. I just want to ask one question. What do you think you really sacrifice for this day in your life? That maybe you wanted to be someone else, something else, but you are pushed toward this way, that you think you really made a sacrifice in your life to be here, that you are now?
Yes, we traveled from, different culture and different country. So it's all about the journey. It's all about the academia. It's all about the PhD. So being a good scientist and to contribute especially in the environmental sciences, yeah, I'm happy that what I am.
You are not like by advice. Your life is not impacted by other people or society to be here. Is just what my main question is.
I mentioned that I will contribute it somehow, in perspective of environmental science. Lot of recently there is kind of greenhouse gases. So somehow in my research I can contribute.
Okay, I want to add like science is not easy, and like you have to go through the pain, like have to sacrifice something to get something bigger. So it is just like that.
Can I add one more question? If someone is here who just want to be a doctorate, but he or she want his passion and his hobby to be his profession after doctorate, which is completely like 360-degree opposite, what would you suggest for those kind of people? Maybe they are very few, but just I want to...
See, some people are like that. You can do your passion with the study. You can manage, still manage. Like we are also managing two, three things. Like we do also go for the photography. We do go for like traveling. So as my friend says, so you can continue these things with your doctorate degree. It is not that much hard.
I think that it is like was in the previous session said that all PhD students, it is like a line of sinusoid. I don't know how to say it more clearly, because you always think that maybe you're not in a good place and maybe you do not do right thing because you didn't know the answer, and you never will be know the answer in your life, I think, because you have to do like you want to do, and maybe if you are here, you wanted to do this in this moment.
I had two PhD students from India many years ago. When they arrived, they started the second level of education in another city in Poland. And later they moved here. Actually, this was a couple, but first he came to Gdańsk and started PhD. and later she joined him after marriage, and she started PhD one year later, and at that time, many years ago, it was more, I think, than 10 years ago, and now he's a person with habilitation, and she's on the way to habilitation, and they have never actually were considering the first year being in Poland, that they stay here more than 10 years and that they will work in academia and so on and so on. So you never know what's going on. You never can expect, yes, what is the future. There was a question before about planning 10 years and so on. In science, in research, it's very difficult to plan. Yes, it's very unexpected sometimes. Yes, and but it is possible. You see, there are other people and so on. I know a Polish guy who went for a postdoc to US, and he started in 2004, and now he is a professor over there, and he has a grant, and he's hiring people and so. So he also was not really expecting that it will be something like that. Yes, so it's different pathways. But I have also a question for you, I can. What was the major reason, major cause that you have decided to come here to Poland? Yes, because for some of you, it was the first and only country you visited when you started. Yes, so you didn't have experience from other countries. I know that the admission was online and so on. So what was the major cause, major reason that you have decided to come here to do your PhD?
So I would also like to answer this question because before coming here, I had experiences from America and Malaysia being a student. So like regarding Poland, specifically this university, I heard from like Facebook, social media. So I searched here and I found a professor who was exactly matching with my area of interest. So that leads me to come over here. And the other thing, like I couldn't fulfill the requirements for the opportunity which I got for PhD in America, as I was an exchange student there. So that leads me to come over here from Pakistan to here. So maybe my other friends can answer.
Yeah, I want to add like a reason for selecting like this university is like I was also get 2-3 opportunities from the different, like from one of the Chinese university which has good ranking, and also from the Malaysia. So reason for choosing here, it was I gone through, asked from my seniors that what is good over here. So they told me that research environment is good, and they are much more relaxed than those Chinese and Malaysians. Like they do a lot more put pressure on you. So over here, I'm not feeling that pressure. It is much more relaxed. So it is the deciding factor for me that you go through like without going through the mental stress. So it's good.
And also I would like to mention something like we have very much more holidays here as compared to Malaysia and America, because we only have 1 week or 2 weeks there, but here 2 months. So it's super.
You know, I have lived here for a few years, so maybe it was answer for the question, because I like this city very much, and I think Gdańsk it is a very, very beautiful city in all Poland. My number one, so.
My answer was similar to what Vipin initially said. It's like my supervisor was doing the work that I was kind of imagining that I should be working on for a PhD. And when I got a chance to do that, I grabbed the opportunity, and that's it.
I was applying in different countries. Even I got admission in China as well as Germany. But due to COVID, the things are not going in good direction. So then I applied in Warsaw. Even I was engaged with one professor, And then one of my friend, he's traveler, he's kind of YouTuber. So he suggested me that if you wanted to go Poland, then you should apply for the Gdańsk. It's because, you know, now I realize that, yeah, this is a city. I have been in more than 10 countries. I love this city, especially the vibes, especially in the summer season. So that was for me, you know, additionally, I found a professor, you know, that was also working in the same area. So I applied, and these universities offering, you know, fellowships like a Polonium, friendships, and now kind of extra funding. So that's why I choose this university, especially then I came Poland.
I have one more question for you. What helped you most to adapt to living in Poland, in Gdańsk, and here at the Gdańsk University of Technology?
Could you please say again? I couldn't catch your point.
What helped you adapt here? Yeah, to add on board, let's say.
Yeah. I would say this city is more welcoming than other part of the Poland, and I found a lot of people. They are friendly in nature, especially I'm kind of extrovert, so I make a lot of friends, and even I'm trying to learn some Polish language because I wanted to read. You know, I'm kind of bookworm, and so I wanted to really taste the author's, you know, feelings in Polish. So I'm trying my best, and if you are easygoing, then you will find the way.
Like what helped me to stay here, like to be well known here, like with the conditions here, as my elder brother, he already traveled to Poland for like many times, specifically to Gdańsk. So he also suggested me here. And also like students here, they are more welcoming to be like, especially the young generation, I can say. And like, yeah, professors are also good here. So they also helped us to continue this field here, like a field of PhD here.
For me, it was like the department and the lab, because when I came, there was a lot of different things that new situations for me, and it was like the supervisor and the students in the lab and colleagues, they were all very supportive, and particularly the other students that you meet at the dormitory and in the university, they were very supportive, and they helped us explain a lot of things, which was very important, and that is how I could adapt to the situation.
I think I agree with you that the supervisor have a big role of all it, because I remember a situation when the war in Ukraine was started, and it was in beginning of my PhD journey. I have a really big conversation with my supervisor, and it was really helpful to stay here and to attend in this university and to do my research and to continue at it.
Yeah, I just want to add one thing, like the Pakistani community over here, like it is very much more welcoming. They helped me a lot in the initial stage, like to know about the area, and also second thing is like city is good, people over here is very much nice if you go interact with them, so it is overall good.
Do you have any other questions from the audience? Okay, if not.
So I guess we don't have any more questions, so we can now say thank you to our guests, and thank you for joining us and giving this time and to discuss your stories. So we would like to give some gifts to our colleagues. Actually, yeah. Kifa, can you take a photo?
Okay, can we take a photo?
Yeah, of course, yes.
Okay. Let's move the chair. Oh.
I think we can all. We can put here. We can only put there.
Okay. Okay, and this very interesting discussion panel actually concludes our official part of PhD Open. Now, in almost 1 hour, we'll be meeting in Kwadratowa for some networking. Yes, so I strongly encourage you to join us. Thank you very much for showing up. And before we go, I would like to say my thanks to Vice Director of the Doctoral School, Professor Bagiński. Also, I would like to say thank you to coordinator of the Doctoral School Office, Ms. Gurczyńska. Also, I would like to thank you, Vipin, thank you, Rangel. Sadly, on this hall right now, there are few people missing, but also I would like to underline that Jakub Baczyński-Keller was included in preparation process. Also, Adam Olszewski, also Martyna Czudec. These guys were in the committee. Also, the whole doctoral school office was heavily included in the preparation process, and rector's office as well. There were almost 40 people working on this event for past 3 months. So thank you so much, everyone. And okay, we'll meet at 6 in Kwadratowa. Thank you very much.